Welcome everyone to the second week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 Spring Split. My name is Highland Wolf, joined by once again the beautiful Professor Tarzan. And Tarzan, we have had an absolutely banging first week, and personally I cannot wait to get straight into what these teams can offer this time around.
I think the main thing for me is this league play for week 2 is a week of Miramar and Sandhawk. So that classical map of Erangel, the green hills that we love, we won't see it until this week 2's Super Weekend. So Sandhawk and Miramar, that's a very interesting one, right? Because we only had those basically 3 maps, like out of all those matches last week, only 3 maps in that Super Weekend in that Sandhawk sandwich situation. But now we will need to see these teams play quite a few number of this map.
Yeah, keep in mind, of course, we do have both Erangel and Miramar going to be our maps for the league stage play. We've also going back to the groups this time around. 45 groups of 4 going to be split across 8 games total, each of them between our 10 games over the next 2 days. And I think also going back, though, to the Super Weekend, Tarzan, we really have to look at the victors, which were Falcons Esports, almost 200 points, 196 points in total, and by far the most consistent team when it came to those placement points.
I think it's about, we always talk about momentum game, right? And whether they can carry that over after 1 day of break back into these league phase of week 2. Because Falcon wasn't really a name that we remember coming from the league play from week 1. So it was really that domination in the Super Weekend that get them that 196 points, 30 points above the second place in there. But of course, the idea of league play is completely different because we have a different group combination. We've got 5 groups, groups A, B, C, D, E. 4 of them will play each of these maps. So we have 10 to cast between you and me, but then 8 for each group to play. So for game 1, we won't have group E, right? Then we won't have group D for the second game. For the third game, we won't have group C, then B, then A. So it's E, D, C, B, A were the groups that won't get to play in that order, both for today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, as we move our way through to the overall stats here, Tarzan, you can see, as we talked about, Falcon Esports up towards the top. And I think the side of Falcons really did impress me, but also below hand Zombies. No surprise in a way to see them. Yes, Salah, but also the rest of the team really stepping up to bring them those extra points, in particular in those final days worth of games.
And I think it's also important for us to note that NASR Esports is not as dominating as they were in those league play, because they played 15 games, right? And they've got 117 points, but they got 120 points in 8 maps in that week 1, right? And in that league play. So we're back to the league days now, today and tomorrow. Let's see if they can bounce back. But obviously we mentioned the difference in the arrangement when it comes to the maps. So they have to be good in Sandhawk, right? If they want to once again enter Super Weekend with such a dominating fashion.
As you can see as well, their GUNZ moving their way up alongside Alpha Legends in 4th. And yes, we also see the fact that many of those teams who were able to get the chicken dinners, able to get those $965 per chicken dinner there as well, Tarzan, in their pockets. And I think overall it was a good showing for many of these teams, but as we also move our way further down towards some of those teams who didn't have such a good Super Weekend, the likes of SCYTES, who even though coming through the first week of league stage, they were 3rd with 77 points, and when it comes towards the Super Weekend, Tarzan, they actually only ended up with 58 points near the bottom of that leaderboard.
It might be about, the matter of adaptation, preparation, because it's very different to league play. It's a bit more chaotic in league play, where there's a little bit of different team combination due to the groups, but 15 games, right, in those Super Weekend with the same teams, that is about hard work, I think, right? It's about that adaptation that we always talk about, as well as, like we always say, right, that mentality game being so ever important.
as Falcons. I think we should also mention on the top and the other side of things, yes, they did well. And I think props in terms of that towards NASR actually. The player, not the team, hit the bottom, being so dominant. But I think as well on the other side, where we look at the likes of some players who we thought were going to be dominant, like those on RICO Infinity team who, across the first 2 days of the Super Weekend, Tarzan, who they looked quite well. They looked like they were rolling up those points. They were getting set up for a good final day, and then it all kind of unraveled. And they really did struggle on those final 5 games.
Not easy, right? Like it's about keeping that pace through the days, as well as there could be some exhaustion because you just need to keep not just playing the amount of games. Of course, they play this game a lot, but need to show it on the big stage to absorb that pressure is not going to be easy, right? But like we always say, like this mentality thing, and what we mentioned, periodization, as an idea to allocate different amount of energy, like according to different phases of a tournament or through the esports year of this game. Those things come in very important. Yeah, and about league play, we did mention the most important thing is be able to qualify for Super Weekend. Like that is your main task. So if you're confident enough and want to reserve a little bit of energy, test a few things, do it. If you're confident enough to make it to top 16, I think that is a good chance for these teams to maybe plan ahead according to those concepts.
I think another team that we really were impressed by here, Tarzan, coming out of the first Super Weekend was iKURD, who were able, despite coming in through the first week's league stage, should I say, in 16th position, moving through those 104 points, equally impressed by them, excited to see what they can do. But specifically, when we look through onto Sanhok here, one of those newer maps that aren't going to be in the league stage, Rad, YaLLa, RICO Infinity Team, GUNZ, and Zombies, those are our top 5 teams coming out of such a unique jungle.
And I think this is very scary for some of these other teams, knowing that the Zombies are averaging 11 kills. That is just insane. Like that is, we've seen what they can do, and that was, some of those games were without Saleh as well, like the best fragger, like when it comes to the tournament. So this league format is very interesting in terms of that, because we rotate between maps, and sometimes you can really tell some of these teams are particularly strong on one map and start to see more signs of struggle on the others.
I think as well, when we look actually to Rad is a team who overall did surprise us in their own right here, and I think looking through towards those final stats tiles, and we get to see exactly how Rad have been able to perform in the first Super Weekend, or should I say not Rad, sorry, FalconsEsport will be moving through onto top. And as I brush Rad aside, because we'll talk about them in a minute, but FalconsEsport, who really did take the limelight through this Super Weekend, Tarzan, 1,000 points of damage on average they did, and also the average of those 5.4 kills, and moving even through all of their dominance we see in the first Super Weekend. Truly a fantastic showing from them.
I think what Falcon can do, right, is to maybe explore the difference of the mentality and style between the league play and the Super Weekend play, and find out why did it really work out. Because sometimes it's about how players are like the natural ability, the natural style of play that put together. You have to show their actual strength, their natural strengths, and some things must be done well, right, for them in that Super Weekend that allowed them to do that. But whether they can translate that over to league play, I'm not quite sure, because what you can get from league play is very different to Super Weekend play. And maybe when they were planning to get those prize money winning those games, they somehow found a secret recipe along that way. So that's fun for them to dissect, and we want to see them to keep playing well.
I think overall that Falcons did have those very heavy-handed games where they got a lot of points, and that definitely helped them, of course, getting to that top spot. But as we also want to talk about Rad here, I want to get your opinion on Rad, who looked in the middle of the pack come that league stage, but also in the middle coming through the Super Weekend. Yes, it's a safe result from them, but could that maybe be to their deficit if they miss out on, say, one of the Super Weekends?
I think they are not safe right now. Like, because the way that they got, yes, of course they've got some chicken dinners. In fact, 2 was what they got. I don't feel like it came in a very proactive way, right? Like I talked about, them making one rotation or the game-winning rotation to grab a particular compound, but it's about holding that down. Like, I'll give them that, like they've done that well, but they have not shown anything too proactive to fight through, what's against them. So they need to prove it more. But like, maybe this is the time to shine, because their first ever chicken dinner, whether it was league play or Super Weekend, it was on Sanhok. So now that we are heavy on this map this week, maybe this is where they can show us more.
And also, one more team that I think that we really need to talk about here, Tarzan, as we look towards Alpha Legends in particular. A dark horse coming through the Super Weekend, I think, overall, where Alpha Legends looked so strong. And it almost surprises me to see them that it didn't pick up more points.
I think it's not just them. NASR is another team that has a similar situation as well. Like, they were both, juggling around the tricky bits when it comes to, their own style and consistency. They all have this dip when it comes to that particular day. I think Alpha Legends, once again, go back to their strengths. They played a little bit of changing that roster as well. But another team that we're going to see soon on that graphic is YaLLa Esports, because we had them on that interview before. Right, but they are not coming through strong enough in that Super Weekend at all.
Considering that YaLLa are one of the more veteran squads coming into this tournament, one of the more veteran organizations in total, we've seen them bring star players through into other regions as well, but they've not actually had that standout performance that we expected, and particularly going in as one of the favorites of the tournament to be able to make it to the EMEA League. Really need to show a little bit more coming into the second week, because yes, they made it through into the first Super Weekend, but like so many teams here, Tarzan, not safe, considering that we still have the second week and the third week to play through as well.
Sometimes expectation is a bit of a baggage, right? Like, when you've done well in the past, your fans, even yourselves, you feel like you want to, just keep at that level. Of course you want, but you know what? It's about growing, and you have to outgrow your opponents, and this is why this game's so fun. Like, whoever works harder or even smarter should be able to perform better. But we'll get to have a bit of a side-to-side comparison between 2 of the very good teams at the moment.
Yes, Zombies and GUNZ, we will be able to compare here, Tarzan, and very, very close between these 2 teams in terms of their level of aggression, for sure. And I think you can see that overall in the fact that these teams very heavily sided towards both those kills, the knocks, and the damage, more so than those support, more so than those placement point style of teams that we often see a little bit more of a more rounded graph and statistics. So I think that really does speak as well the fact that Zombies there, hands down, I think the most dominant team going through between all 20, and I am very surprised and interested to see exactly what they can bring, because as we say, even when Salah was getting knocked on that final day of the Super Weekend, all of the other members of Zombies, and we questioned their ability to step up without their star fragger, did just that. They stepped up, and they really did bring in those necessary points going off of that brilliant second day they also had in the first Super Weekend.
I think those team stats are really important in showing us how efficient the team is overall. Like, you can see, compared to GUNZ, they were doing more damage but didn't need to heal as much, but getting more kills. But you know what? We need to see more of that through the coming week to see whether they can hold that down. Like we mentioned earlier, 5 games today is between Miramar and Sanhok. So we start with Miramar, then we go alternating between the 2 maps, and you can see it was Group E to first not play, then Group D, C, BA, and that's the schedule for today between these two incredible maps. One is actually my favorite, personal favorite. The other one, kind of the opposite.
I mean, are you saying that Miramar is your favorite, Ben Tarzan? I'm assuming based on how much you liked the Cruz de Val section, how much you liked the Miramar map, you talk about it. Whereas I am more of a Sandhawk boy myself. I mean, call me a mean person, okay, Tarzan, but when I get to see the rumble in the jungle, there's something exciting. There's something that gets my adrenaline really going to see all of these teams pressured by such a fast-paced style of game.
I think it's just a very different style. Maybe my love for Miramar is due to my past glories. I don't know. Like, I love that map, the way that it plays. But you know what? It says in my name, I'm supposed to be, from the jungle, right? And maybe it's me knowing that my growth only happen outside of my comfort zone. Literally no plans when I love plans. Look at all these stuff in my room. I love plans. I've got one right there. But you know what? Like, I love a challenge, and that's probably why, a bunch of, stupid stuff that I made up to justify my love for a map. But yeah, it's going to be amazing. Very, very, very different. And it's for these teams, to work out not just their own style, right? Not just map specific, but group specific tactics.
I think overall, Tarzan, when you look at the plant side of things, I'm afraid you have the green plants, but you just don't have the pink plant, okay? The pink plant is exactly where it is at. And I mean, you can see me matching. I've got the red top, I've got the red headphones. There is synergy, and that is what I also want to mention here, is the synergy between the teams, because the synergy is so important. And I think we talked how Zombies stepped up, and I think we also know that Falcons also stepping up. But some of these other squads that we've mentioned, even the likes of Real Tiger 9, Arab GSG, who finished in that 16th position of the Super Weekends, that is something we've yet to see from them.
You know what? Like, I think that's what we mean, like, by, the baggage from the fame as well. And it's not just one GSG team fighting in PMPL. We also have the one in the European scene, right? So they need to just kind of find their grounds, because I can see them sometimes being in a decent position but not able to capitalize on it. Just need to, find some source, for their confidence, do some training, and use the fan support for sure.
Fan support as we head through onto the first game. Miramar is going to be the first one this time around. No more Erangel. We're getting into the deep and dirty tactics. We're getting into the spiciness of the Desert Dunes itself. And starting it off with 5-star Heat Tarzan. I mean, Miramar, what a exciting day we have set up. And I'm personally excited to see what these teams can do over this map in particular. Yes, I love Sandhawk, but Miramar had a lot of diversity to it in the way that these teams were playing. I also am, on the other side of things, excited to see how the 4 teams that we didn't see in the Super Weekend get to play. Both Galaxy Racer, the Snipers, Fanatic Zombies, and Fate Esports all coming back into the 5 matches tonight.
I think I have some high hopes for these teams, just because of 2 main things. One, they should have learned their lesson, right? They should have learned their lesson. It's time to fix it. That was a punishment to not being able to play in the Super Weekend. But 2, they had not just the chance to take a break, but also a chance to study other teams play. Right, so based on those 2 things, I expect these teams that didn't make it to the first Super Weekend, being Galaxy Racer, the Snipers, Fanatic Zombies, and Fate Esports, to do good things this week.
As we see those teams move across what was a slightly southern playing path, but going to be a northern zone, and your favorite spot included in that zone there, Tarzan, not Cruz de Val, psych, it will be the Oasis. And I am yet to see an Oasis finish. I don't think we're going to go see it this time around, so we will have to go on holiday, go on vacation, another match, Tarzan. But I think more importantly, coming out of Los Leones, around those Picado Hills, around the Minas Generales and Graveyard Church, for example, these 3 spots across the south band of the zone, going to be those future choke points.
And I think there is one, decision that these teams around Hacienda and Saint Martin can make to really show their style of play, right? There are two options in my head. One, because they know they are jumping more northern, in a slightly southern playing path, if they want to avoid, then they can head north pretty straight away, right? But if they want to use that position to do some gatekeeping, control these choke spots for all these teams that need to rotate in from the southern side, they can do that more aggressive style as well.
Fate Esports, one of the teams that we didn't get to see coming through into the first Super Weekend. Unfortunately, Fate, they finished at the bottom of the pack over all 20 teams in the first week of league play. And I really expect this time off, yes, you don't get to play with the other teams, but this time off to really reset their mental states, Tarzan, to come back into week 2 as a much stronger team and a team that is more consistent in their plays together. The synergy, something that we didn't get to see from them at times.
Yeah, and not enough chance for them to show their strengths as well. There's so many reasons behind why a team didn't do well, and way at the bottom, that is a real challenge to someone's confidence. But let's not forget that they are all PMPL teams, right? So that's something that they should remember and just have themselves, cheering for themselves at least. But we may have a little bit of early action this first 1v1 coming through in this week 2 of league play. That's between iKURD and Galaxy Racer.
In Galaxy Racer, you can see the rest of the cavalry, they're moving their way in for that support. Rock's just buying time as Ultron and co make their way into the compound. And unfortunately for iKURD, yes, you have more of iKURD members coming in, but they are late to the party. So as a result, Galaxy Racer, if they're efficient enough at pushing this together, they should be able to find this first kill, be able to reset in time, and then move on from there, as it will also be one of those iKURD members that are making their move back around, trying to buy that extra few valuable seconds for the rest of the squad to move in. Ultron, one of these core long-range fraggers that coming out of Galaxy Racers, we saw, especially in the first day last week, they were popping off. They got so many points, Galaxy Racers, in the first day, but when it came to the second, that was really their downfall. Single-digit win coming out of the next 5 games.
Yeah, it's not easy. We talk about that consistency. We talked about how this team may not have all the practice that they wanted. And now in the very tricky fight, I feel like the solo from iKURD, Shrod just bought so much time, almost baiting the full team of Galaxy Racer to be all clumped up in one set of compounds. This is the chance for iKURD to reverse pinch them, use the surrounding landscape to make sure that they will suffer from doing this, rotating in one single car as well. I am not quite sure whether that was the best play that they can make.
Especially considering if iKURD members were closer there, that could have been a little bit risky. Yes, of course, you only have one vehicle there to rotate in, but you could easily have just rotated similarly through the building. You wouldn't have to risk anything and only send maybe 2 members or maybe 1 member even through that vehicle. Was a risky play, but won't be punished for it. They will retreat for now. Not going to go against iKURD as they weren't willing to press the advantage enough. FalconsEsport, though, talked about highs, Tarzan, coming off such a brilliant first week. And I think never alone, brilliant fragger. But I also want to mention the side of Last for their support plays. Last comes up so clutch, and particularly where I think the positioning, where it becomes a little bit more difficult, where Falcons don't have the optimal route into zone, always there for the team, always finding those perfect angles to help the rest of the team and help the likes of those fraggers to engage optimally.
Yeah, I mean, this team is showing more and more of what they know when it comes to especially the mid-late game control, right? They didn't get too complacent in the spot. They try to make something out of it. They start analyzing, anticipating, right, then delegating some tasks. That's some important series of thoughts that these teams need to go through when it comes to winning the game. And but you know what I liked about what we saw earlier coming from Galaxy Racer is for them to be aware, right, that they all clumped in there and is not a spot to stay. right? So that type of decisiveness is definitely needed in this caliber of play, and I love to see it. They tried to take a move, they couldn't get too much out of it, then they recognize it and moved away.
I'm also very excited about GUNZ Esports positioning. Yes, they're far away from the zone, but what you can see them doing is making that wide rotation through from the western side now in towards the east of the zone, and making that flank rotation around the outskirts is smart for two reasons. You've got, yes, the obvious one, which is you're going to dodge out the teams. But the second one, when you think about looking later into the game, if you stay around that northern side and teams haven't rotated to that northern end, the zone then moves its way up there. You're going to be able to avoid all of those teams on the south, but you're also going to be able to set up the best position over all of those teams moving in.
Oh, that is just the way it goes, right? That is the way that they can think and they can play. It's possible, but the conditions aren't there. Right? The conditions is that they know that map so well that they can pick a spot to get as much frag as possible. Like, it's not easy. Like, on paper, it's like fine. Like, you set up this, it's open, like early game. But how are you going to do it? Well, we've seen it so many times. A team taking a spot but not holding it down, didn't stay stealthy enough, or didn't form an effective enough split. Right? So these things, they really need to show it. But let's bring ourselves back to, a little bit of an edge position on the southwestern edge. That is Zombies, right? And they're still looting up Picado.
I think it's very interesting also the fact that Zombies haven't decided to go for that initial move out, especially considering that Picado is slightly more tricky to navigate your way outside of the compound if there are teams aggressing you. Obviously, paying to the fact that these teams will be looking for those more central positions. And when we talk about central positions, the likes of Fanatic Zombies, one of those squads who didn't make it to the Super Weekend, now need to show us what they're worth, as they have to defend against all of these other teams moving in around them.
And another team that has something to defend, mostly their pride, and reputation as well, is YaLLa Esports. Like, on that hilltop, losing some vehicles, not what you want. Is not like, like, I didn't find that one of the best spots in any phase of the circle, other than maybe the last phase, and that is them paying the price, really. Like, unless I'm tripping a little bit, those are enemy cars maybe, but they got themselves a bit of a compound and cover. Not the best one, okay, because it's easy to get pinched, not easy to find the best spot to park as well, but they can settle for that for now.
YaLLa, so important that we have a good showing. And YaLLa's in particular, I think, one of the stronger players of this squad. And I have been impressed by YaLLa in their individual plays. And that is where we think that they do fall off slightly. And I think we both agree here is when it comes to the synergy, Tarzan, of the team, they haven't been able to quite show up compared to the others. And that core point of the game is what really is holding them back. And as we move through the Super Weekends and as we move through the competition itself, I do expect YaLLa to be improving and becoming a better team as the competition grows on.
It's tricky. I think it comes down to the history of the players as well. Sometimes people have this feeling, right, of burnout. Like, when they've been in the scene for so long, they feel like they know how to work, but you just do that so repetitively, it gets a little bit boring. It could be some of those cases, but I don't want that to happen. Like, to be fair, there's so many ways to play the game to keep things fresh and fun. And of course, speaking of fresh and fun, I really want to see some from this team. Real Tiger.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I don't even know them well enough because I don't see them enough. But like, one thing for sure is that they made it to that Super Weekend, but they didn't become the most dominant team. Neither did they become the most disappointing one. It's just very hard to classify.
I think Real Tiger 9, they are a little bit of a conundrum, when it comes to their style of play. They change up the way they play, I think, overall through the different games and through the competition so far. And that also speaks to me a little bit of confidence, Tarzan, because the fact that diversity is in their squad, yes, it's not clean on all of them, but there are the basics there, and you have the diversity, as we say, to be able to maybe surprise teams, to maybe win some games, as we have seen RT9 make it to the finals, have had those good opportunities. It's just those small little touches, those final polishes on the RT9 armor that they really need to bring now into this second week. And they do so with the first game opening up a good zone for them, I would say, particularly where we have a very open space in. Only Rad really that can contest, but they have the ridgeline, as you can see in the map, moving towards the center of the zone to protect them.
Oh, what a tricky circle, you know, like, to be fair, if I were these teams, right, I wouldn't play too edge for that phase 2, because we know that in these phase 3, however it shifts, it gives a lot of priority and, you know, advantage to those teams who are ready in position. I know that sounds like garbage to some people, but it really comes down to landscape analysis. Just think about those big rocks, those dips that's already taken, and they have the 360 view, their vehicles are completely protected, and they can track all your movements all along. It's going to be really hard. One of those positions is now held by Fate. Yes, I know it's on this new edge, but they can choke a lot of these teams on rotation, and you can see this is the heartbreak of Zombies. The first one out of the game is their strongest fragger.
Well, I mean, I'm not too scared for Zombies, Tarzan, because as we say through the start of the show, they have been able to show up where need be, even without Salah, but albeit it is a very tricky and strong loss for them. I think that also it is going to affect them, as we say, such a difficult zone to move in through, and getting caught out already on the edge plays. And this all comes off of the fact, I think, as well, Tarzan, that they've not moved out of Picardo quick enough, and when that zone shifts so hard and so trickily, it does actually make it more tricky for them in specific to be able to find a good spot when all of them are taken.
Especially when you know the landscape, right, of these edge positions. They have to be, you know, more decisive when it comes to tanking a bit more and just pull away from wherever they can get sprayed down, right? That is something that's established. Like, I used to play around those positions and need to go for these sort of rotation. I always go anti-clockwise and incredibly wide, right? It's almost like a bit of strategic tanking, so you don't compromise any vehicle health as well. As you can see them getting pushed away further and further to that eastern side is what we expected as well, but that is going to be a bit of a spot coming from Never Alone. We know this player from all that play, challenging those shots against the Zombies.
A very questionable decision coming through with leaving Humam on the edge of zone. Maybe you're looking for the sneaky play to try and get one member in, but they immediately spot that out. And yes, they've got a vehicle there to rotate back as a trio, but they've still got the same problem here. That they are actually one of the furthest teams. I would say probably the furthest team behind, and no less have they now got a tricky fight ahead of them with Falcons, but even more trickily for the snipers here, as they are up against Flare Loyal team. Already down for the count. Surely a Citizen almost gets knocked. Will finally be able to find Clatter, and that will be the first one through. Marco, as we say, already had knocked through. Zaid as well to fall. And this is just disastrous for the snipers through this first game. Being the first team out, not making the first Super Weekend, really not the start that they would have liked.
So tricky for this team. Like, this is the way that you don't want to start this game. And this week, in fact, but you know what? Also, NASR is here to maybe fight for their spot because they were so strong in here. They're strong in league play, but they need to find a way in. It's not going to be easy because Nabo is the last one standing. The scout did not make it work. Rat was there, well set up and ready to do that gatekeep.
This is all about how NASR now decide to make their move through, because as you say, as a solo, it is so difficult, but The fact that also here, Rad, they can't halt, they can't breathe for the meantime because you've still got RTG ahead of you. You've got more teams coming into zone from behind you. And speaking of which, Galaxy Racer making their rotations in, still Falcon to move their way in as well.
You know what? I quite like the position of both YaLLa and Real Tiger 9, but it's not an easy split to hold down. You really need those individual players to come in very, very strong to hold their relative positions down, and you can see that as Falcon just telling NASR to sit down. Maybe this week is not your week. We will carry over our momentum from Super Weekend into Week 2.
The one knock is going to buy time, though, so Nabo does do a little bit more dirty work to halt Falcons on the rotation in. So these valuable seconds moving into such an important and crucial part of the game here, Tarzan, where these teams will look to try control zones. I'm surprised exactly as well that overlooking their Fanatic Zombies, very lucky actually that teams didn't spot that misplay, because a misplay like that from Shills, yes, it looks funny on the one hand, of course, rolling over and doing flips, but that's a serious mistake that you cannot make, getting so caught out in such, as we say, a crucial moment of the game, especially now moving up against Fate, who have the control of the ridgeline, and it'll be up to these grenades, up to Chills on the front side to see if it can find an angle in.
I feel like Fate had the opportunity to strike a little bit earlier. Right now, they just kind of need to take this fight or be really outplaying this, because if they don't make this work, the next rotation, which they are very likely to make because they are on edge, may be just looked at, right, by Fanatic Zombies. But if there's any team that you want to fight, it might be the Fanatic Zombies, a team that you know are losing some hope maybe from that week one. And this time for Fate to maybe fight through, lose one vehicle as well in that skirmish, not the best, but is not done yet.
This zone as well, continuing to move away from them all. Look at that zone on the top right as Galaxy Racers do get eliminated. Only YaLLa and also GUNZ on the offside going to be inside the safety. And that is why you see these teams, maybe one team to pull away from the fight. You see Fate pushing in. They're not going to continue against Fanatic Zombies. They know that they have to go in, but straight into RTG. Marshall gets knocked from the back of the buggy. Quick switch though from Agronok secures that kill, and RTG not going to have the control of the compound. They lose a second, they almost lose a third. Ragnarok keeps themselves alive. Lazy now the only one, but they're stuck in the ditch, and Fate have control of them.
Oh, that was a very bold but also decisive rotation and compound crash coming from Fate. And what they have to do here is to really set up well, right? Got every angle, used the fact that this is the only compound in this circle to stop all the rotations coming through. Everyone from the south side should die by the hands of Fate, but Fate also needs to protect the vehicles if the next circle ever shift away from them.
This zone as well, you do see in the more central part of it, that ridgeline, that hill there as well, Tals, and that it's going to be so crucial. It not only separating these teams apart and buying some more space, but also making it more tricky to enter in. Is Fanatic Zombies entering their way in, already losing blood. And as that blood spills from their bodies, Fanatic Zombies maybe losing a second. Yes, that grenade lands on to Chill. And now just a rush of players moving in. Fanatic Zombies, they just get wiped by Fate. In was one team who does make the Super Weekend falls. Fate Esports are rising up to the table. They are showing us that they deserve their spot inside of this Super Weekend already. 5 kills, even more go through. Real Tiger 9 looking to control their position against Rad, but Rad will get eliminated. Falcons as well, never alone, trying to frag out, but as you do see, Falcons members so far are split apart. Only the Mar now inside the safety, and all of these players going to get engulfed by that blue zone, moving in just behind them. Zombies as well, can't quite make the cut. Is never alone, still looking for those frags, but does have to get a move on. RT9 buying these seconds, and it will also execute their fragger.
It's such a tricky zone as well. I feel these teams are wanting to come through in every bit of ridgeline still available to them, but they will soon run out of that, which comes down to maybe some of these 1v1s as well. Last trying to make it work, but he will soon run out of ridgeline, but also run out of life because Jigsaw will solve that puzzle and spray him down.
This is Falcons maybe getting their wings clipped in the first match. And we said Falcons in the first week how dominant they looked on Miramar, but they just can't quite solve the problem at the moment. And Jigsaw is solving all of the problems from Real Tiger 9, which can even be spraying over onto HOTLINE as well. This is now down to how the RT9 look to aggressive, because Demar on the off angle, KWT has secured a spot in the zone. So Real Tiger 9, so close to the edge, means that they got these 10 seconds to decide exactly how they want to play, how they choose to be aggressive.
Oh, you know what? I feel like the gods of PUBG are loving Fate Esports, right? They're trying to, bless them with one of the best circles ever. Not only do they overwatch so much off open ground, the gods also need these teams on that northern edge to almost come down from the hill. If they don't, they just get shot from across as well. So this is just a crazy type of circle. Fate needs to get the much needed points in this single game.
And look who else is alive here, Tarzan. YaLLa Esports, still the full squad. 6 kills, I believe even more now for them. Real Tiger 9 getting eliminated. FalconsEsport will bite the dust. And is even more fall in front of him. It buys more space. It buys more opportunities for YaLLa. The highest ranking team with the most members tied alongside Fate and HOTLINE for those full squads. It's RTG GUNZ slightly more difficult navigation into zone. RTG still stuck in the choke point, as HOTLINE as well on top of them. GUNZ still to find a way in as they look for the aggression through. Frags will also find their entrance in. Radiv going straight into the ditch, but gets punished hard by RTG Esports. And with the scout gone, only one more to fall. That is GUNZ out.
Oh, they tried it though, but I don't think that needs to be the case. Use every single bit of meds, absorb that pressure a little bit first, and don't need to cruise through and test their luck, right? But this is a good game from the side of HOTLINE. They took initiative on those northern side, progressively rotating in and not over peak, and then they just try to have a good split from that northern side. This may be huge for them as well, but Fate wants to clear out this northern side, and this is a little bit of a crazy play coming from Reeve, but he knows that his weak side are guarded by his teammates, so that is also a heads-up play only if there is established support.
Reef going to be so core in that scouting position, understanding where the footsteps are coming from HOTLINE, exactly how HOTLINE may be moving their way through to the future control of this zone. Is that zone does shift away from absolutely everyone over towards the road, and no one wants to be the first to move forward. And unfortunately for HOTLINE, RTG inside the ditch stop HOTLINE from making their road into the zone, which is more tricky than can be said for the likes of YaLLa, for the likes of Fate, who do have a slightly more easier entrance inside.
Yep, and you know what? This tricky circle, I think it will still be, between Fate and and the side of HOTLINE. Because HOTLINE can just, pick a fight whenever they want. They can use the information and choke out one team's vision and pick, one fight at a time. They have the numbers advantage. They've got the vehicles, but Fate can play very stealthy, right? They can have a side approach. They can use these soft covers from the smoke to, just peek whenever it works for them. But it will be first of Moto taking that initiative.
Moto goes down, no, this could be disaster for HOTLINE, Tarzan, and YaLLa in the chaos tried to make a move forward, but Fate Esports just say no, you will not move forward at all. And RTG Esports getting smashed, HOTLINE getting smashed, YaLLa getting smashed, 9 kills now for Fate Esports. They're looking for the double digits, can see 7 Reef sliding their way on in off the off angle, and there's even more fall through from Fate. HOTLINE get eliminated as Fate find their 10th kill. HOTLINE in third. RTG El Chapo is not long for as well. 7 Reef goes inside the smoke, trying to spray inside. You can see for us the yellow body. It will get popped will get found. And Reef finds another 11 in total. But what can YaLLa do to recontrol this game? They've got the vehicles, they've got the smokes back in, and all while Fate executed 2 teams, they're getting stomped. As Ragnarok falls down, Reef falls down, they don't have as much protection. And as they look for even more, they just can't quite find these knocks.
Ooh.
Reef as well, not being able to trade that 1v1 so crucial as Leif now aggressing in the 2v1 situation for Leif. Can they find the first knock? Yes, they find it. One more to go in. They go for the first, but the vehicle will protect, and the tires have not been popped. They could shoot underneath, but will not find that direct on target. YaLLa will lose a member. 07 taken down, and we go for the reset. Both Fate and YaLLa making those revives.
So tricky. Now, I would have pushed it, I feel like, but it's also good to be, a little bit safer. But with this reset, it will be a 3v3, and I don't even know whether YaLLa can pull it off because they have to cross the street.
YaLLa, that's a brilliant smoke coming through. Fate, they don't have any idea where they're coming from. Powerful through the smoke, gets blown up. And now the 3 members trying to defend under the rock, but can they find the second member through from YaLLa? Yes, they do. And now the third one. Yeah, you've done it, Tarzan. And that was Fate with the victory. So difficult to control, but they do so anyways. And brilliant stuff through from them. And definitely a deserved showing us why Tarzan, they should be in this Super Weekend.
Well, a good start. 30-point game, I believe. What a strong start. But you could see a lot of those end plays could show some concerns, right? Like, it's hard to transition that type of landscape, that type of play into the macro play that we still need to see in a map like South. Like, requires on control. It's not always full send. It's not just running it through, like pinching 3 of them, all of them behind one rock. Is incredibly scary in late game. So you know what? But I need to give it to them. It's a strong start, and they try to do a lot of the right things and try to clear us out of the circle, for example. And it's a decent game for them.
Decent game indeed as Fate take the first game. SUDOR is up next, but before we go for the breakdown, we will go for a break. So make sure you guys stay tuned because the action is only just revving up. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season, also sponsored by Nimtovs TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League National Cup Campus Championship in 2021. And we just came off of a brilliant first game for non-qualifiers Fate Esports in the first Super Weekend, showing up strong. And Tarzan, what a going from them waking up to what they really needed to bring.
Very important, not just for them, but also YaLLa Esports. These two teams got in themselves 30 and 20 points respectively. That is so important. And RTG, found a good position to ram up some of those points as well, because they've been once again a little bit stealthy. And the other team that was also the same that we're waiting for them to show up is HOTLINE Esports, and they have been able to back 12 points into their own pockets. But you know what? Flare Loyal team, 1 placement point, but still 8 kill points, 9 points. They had a big win, like in that last day on the day 3 Super Weekend Week 1. So maybe that is that aggression and confidence still coming through, carried over from last week.
I think the levels of aggression really have been ramping up through some of these squads, but the more consistent teams do seem to be winning out when it comes to placement points still, and you do of course see such a big win coming through from YaLLa. They're both 8 kill points there too, but because they get that second place, you can see them so much higher. And yes, also RTG, who finished through from 8th in the Super Weekend, having a good result. Not so good, though, on the other hand, some non-Week 1 qualifiers, the Snipers, and also, I think, through from Galaxy Racer, these two teams who still need to really show what we can do, despite the fact that they've already lost 1/8 of their chances.
I think it's for them to go back to look at the mini-map, and to have more options. I feel like there's a little bit of rigidity when it comes to the style of play, right? They need to kind of keep certain options open and whatnot, and we can see in that game when Fate just took that initiative to crash that compound. I know it wasn't with really much scouting, but they had the faith. And the fate, and with the faith came the fate. They took that compound and they got the win. 2,800 damage in that one. Pretty insane game.
When you talk about game-winning rotations, Fate's rotation into that building, hands down, that was it. But as well, it wasn't so easy for them. Keep in mind that Fate did have to do some number crunching when it came through, as we will get to see in the highlights here, Tarzan, of the first game, how they were able to take that win, because it was a very tricky zone. It moved away from all of those final 4 teams towards the row side, yet they still were able to keep control, wiping out all 3 other teams in doing so.
And the thing is, that is a really typical case of the circle blessing you, but it's not easy to pull off if they don't know, when and how to peak. But we all started with a little bit of that bloodbath. Right? On that southeastern side, Rad punishing NASR. And NASR had that 15 point per game average last week in that league play, but they started with 1 point.
Unfortunately for NASR, not so good a showing. We'll have to try show up with that more momentum for them. As well, Rad were off to a good start. You assumed that they were getting the kills, but then Galaxy Racer kind of shut them down a little bit, and that wasn't so good for them. And Galaxy Racer, albeit on the other end of things, did have a good showing in that sense, early on at least, with those 2 kills. RTG getting beat to the race. So will be Fate Esports taking that compound, as we say, keeping control of it. And so difficult. You can see even when teams have looked to try chase in onto the same compound, like Fanatic Zombies, they just got obliterated by the fact that they had such a strong position.
I think sometimes teams need to play like there's someone in front of them all the time, and know how to, kind of hold down, those thoughts and not lose the basics, right? And you can see Fate actually could be punished for that rotation into the compound, but it was what's after that allowed them to have such a big win.
as well there. HOTLINE Esports showing up with those initial kills, smacking down onto RTG, but as YaLLa went in for the rotation, it was just those third parties, those extra shots coming through from Fate, and you thought that when Fate went down to just one member, maybe they find a success, maybe as Reef goes down, but able to find the first, but with 07 going in solo for that pick, gets knocked down, and then Fate Esports, they make the revives, so do YaLLa, but YaLLa just not good enough to handle against Fate. They controlled that rock beautifully and take a big win, as we say, for it. In moving through on to also the players here, Tarzan, of the game, we can see that it was SCYTES and Leif, excuse me, should I say here, for Fate Esports with the highest damage, with the highest kills, Leif more specifically, but also Mombe and Yammers, two players who, especially Yammers, we hyped up for being such a core player of the team.
And I think holding that position down wasn't easy anyway for YaLLa Esports, and made it towards the end. And but it was about expanding control. Sometimes I feel like, splitting the bets a little bit. And but you know what? Like, after a little bit of a shaky Super Weekend, I can't fault them to want to play a little bit safer. And after all, it's still a great showing. 20 points is nothing to ignore. But let's see what the statistics say when we compare the stats between Fate and YaLLa Esports.
Very, very heavily aggressive here is what it shows. That is, if you want an aggressive showing from Fate, that is it. 2,775 damage, but still 2,200 damage coming through from YaLLa. And also so juicy on those knocks and kills. 15 on point, exactly when they got those knocks, they got those kills through from Fate, whereas it was actually YaLLa finding those more knocks, but not so many kills, only 8 in total.
But at least they were just playing, on the outside of the circle, kind of a little bit, and playing edges and not using any hard covers. And they were still able to, restrict their number of revives down to 1. On the side of Fate, I think it wasn't, even any, right? So these teams are using the positions well, efficiently, and not needing to heal up too much. Of course, we see those numbers is always hard to judge. Sometimes it's a bit of a big risk, big reward, but both of these teams got rewarded for how they played that game.
Yeah, I think specifically it was those small decisions moving through to the end of the match. It really did help Fate with those small revives, as you said, Tarzan. But I think on the other side of things, we're still to see a lot more action from not only the bottom teams, like I would say Galaxy, from also iKURD, from RT9, but also surprising bit Zombies, who actually controlled where YaLLa was at first along that roadside, weren't able to hold that position strong. And as you say, coming in from so far away, YaLLa were the ones who took them down.
Yeah, and Zombies, like you mentioned, I think it's about that adaptability that I talk about. Man, okay, fine, you like to rotate kind of with the blue all the time, but it's not always possible. Like, it's really down to that circle. Like, that phase 2, you try to enter phase 3 that way, you're going to get punished because teams will edge in and feel like there's a pocket position that they can use. And they had the chance, right? They have the position, and then they can go quicker. But it's sometimes that sense of circle security in an uncontested big city that makes you want to stay longer. But you've got no chance to use your stuff now. You get sprayed down in the car.
Yes, unfortunately, a slightly rough rotation, to say released here for Zombies, and expecting more to come through from them. But keep in mind, it will be Sanhok, folks, that will be up next, and it will also be groups A, B, C, and also E that show up through the second game. Unfortunately, Group D going to be the ones taking a seat for the meantime, and it does excite me going through onto Sanhok here, because as we say, such a map where it comes down to control and moving in and making sure that your position is strong throughout such hard rotations, as you say so yourself.
Yeah, and I think it's time for us to see like where they like to drop as well, and start to come up with some theories and analysis when it comes to those tendencies, because we didn't get to do that quite a lot. Only 3 maps so far, but we will have a good amount of them this week league play. And the fact that Group D is not playing is quite interesting, right? Because Falcons is in Group D, okay, Zombies Esports are in Group D, and Fate Esports, who just won that game, was in Group D. So that speaks something. Is a different lobby, and it may be a little bit of scrappy Sanhok, depending on how they want to play it.
Particularly with these 3 powerhouses out, means I think a lot more advantages for the rest of those teams, where you think of the likes, yes, of Galaxy Racers, but also the Snipers, who went out so early here, Tarzan, because the Snipers, a team that we didn't get to see a lot of them, and we didn't get to see any, really, of them. They just died in the first game, and I really want to see more from them, because there have been those small nuggets of gold when it comes to their play, but it has been very rare coming out from them. And I want to see that more common aggression, where you have that smart aggression and where you want to move in from zone, how you want to play against teams, how you're positioning plays against teams, because it really did just get picked apart.
Yeah, I think they showed a lot of aggression, but I think they need to, sometimes zoom out and see what it means, like if they do that in that, exact moment. And I don't doubt them when it comes to aggressive play, but in this, caliber is about being having that controlled aggression, right? Like, and not just using brute force to maybe enter compound. Like, to be fair, in some of those plays that they made, they could have been punished even harder. So they've been given chances, and they need to now show it again. And these things, when it comes to patience and all this stuff, if you don't have it, you get punished so heavily on Sanhok, and coming back into this game 2 as well will be Group E. So Arab GSG need that redemption. RICO Infinity Team and Alpha Legends been pretty strong through that last week, so they are going to add some more power into this jungle, and we just can't wait to see it.
I mean, Alpha Legends, we talked about them here, and while we get through onto the second game, Tarzan, we saw how dominant they were in the first week, but also a team that I think when it comes to their positioning, we saw it in some of those maps in the Super Weekend, some of those matches where they were actually able to really show us what they could do in terms of their map knowledge and awareness moving into zones.
Yeah, and I think it's about them using those positions, better. I feel like when they can use a spot to get more, they don't really. And when you feel like they are going to get punished from getting out of the position, they somehow outplay that. So it's a bit of an unpredictable team. Of course, it's only been 1 week, and they can still make some adjustments, especially when we've seen the likes of them maybe using different players as well. So I wonder what's going behind that scene.
And speaking of these players, speaking of all of these teams, when you look at the entire picture, what is a team that for you look forward to looking at? It could be a good team or a team that needs to show work going into Sanhok.
I would say I want to see more from GUNZ Esports, because they play a style that can be very effective and consistent on Sanhok, which is a little bit of strategic tanking and then controlling a quadrant. So that is something that you need to know. Like, if you don't have that in your back pocket, sometimes you don't have a safe way to get points. And they were one of the teams that really kind of just reminded me of knowing how to thread a needle. You don't charge through an area with too many choke spots, and they did it well as well, so need to see whether that's still the case. And we are going to go over to this game 2, and just can't wait to see whether GUNZ can prove me right in how they've done those right things before.
GUNZ, their aggression showing up, but when it comes to winning, Oppo is the name of the game. Born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series, and of course, for me, the much loved Sandhawk, my favorite map of them all, and what a beauty we get to have already having it in the league stage. And you mentioned about getting more knowledge of where these teams want to go, because this is a map that maybe those squads aren't as familiar with, only having 3 games of it so far versus all the rest of them in the PMPL Arabia. And we are also seeing something more slightly diverse when it comes to the zones. Going to be this time around not the northern side, Tarzan, but the south across all 3 islands.
Oh, and I think there will be a series of hills and compounds, just off that southwest side to Painan that will be very strong in the circle. But we will have some unfortunate incident just to start this one. Red losing 1 to none other than GUNZ. Is that me saying something right? Like blessing the right team. Speaking of GUNZ, they've done one thing that was so sweet as well. I saw one of the players intentionally drop late just to get info, closer to maybe Camp Charlie Bridge, and then so that they could come back, just get info there, then fly back towards Sami. That is something that only tier 1 players would do and know why they actually do it.
Oh, poor Galaxy Racer, already losing 1. Looking like they might just be fifth out here. Oh, no, they're going to get a shot in the head. Goodbye, Max Cash. Banner will be the one to take that through. And 1 kill going up to YaLLa, controlling that rogue member. They did end up around the Lobster building. And it is surprising to me that still, though, Tarzan, we're seeing early knocks, we're seeing early kills through in Sandhawk with these split drops. And in my opinion, Sandhawk, one of these maps that you can't really split push and go for those early cross-map plays.
Oh, and it's tricky, right? Like, you need to know the position that you drop, you need to know it so well, and you need to know why you rotate in a particular manner, right? And but you know what, I was also a little bit concerned, because Galaxy Race is doing something really weird. They have 1 solo dropping boot camp, and then now another one taking 1v1 when there's no teammates around, so they may be doing a bit of a different strategy that I just can't read at the moment. Why would you continue to go into boot camp when you see a full squad landing there?
Oh man, Rock's already burning up as well with the Molly landing on target. Now you can see Marshall moving their way in, looking for the angles onto Rocks. They're waiting to see if they can find a perfect few shots in. Hanging on the outside, Marshall jumping in, but across the window. Rocks looks for the pig, but Rocks goes down. In Galaxy Racer, a confusing first 2 knocks through from them, and we didn't get to see them on Sanok in the first Super Weekend, but in a way, my eyes are sort of thankful for this, because much confusion is coming from my brain right now.
You know what, unless it's an internet issue, or a parachute glitch, or a gyroscope messing up, the flying, that looks like it brings me back to PMGC, right? And how some of these teams got punished for not playing at their best ability. I don't want my brain to actually just go there, but it's just so confusing what they were trying to do. The 2-1-1 split. See, 2 of them are right here. And it's just very far from the rest of the teammates when they do this 2-1-1. So I don't know, was it arguments, was it something that they are trying to test that I completely don't understand? We may need to go and ask these players.
For me, the answer is do not test, Tarzan. Dropping with to lit when you are 1,000 meters away on separate islands, because Sanok is not the place to do that. Maybe Miramar going back in, maybe you can drop slightly more further apart based on also the size of the map and how much more spread apart those teams really are. But when you even look at the positions of those other 2 members overlooking that northwest island over the mountains of Sanhok, it really does beg the question of Galaxy Racer going back to actually the second day of the first week of league play, where they really did struggle. And when they didn't play so much on Erangel, they actually got caught out a lot more in doing so on these other maps.
Yep, and I mean, this is not just for us to know, and but for them to now realize as well. Because, and you know what? Sometimes picking the right scope is so important as well. It's a battle of they need to warm up, man. Like, what are they doing with their sprays? And Loyal maybe, you know, having that adrenaline still from last week, from winning that big game in the last game, like match 15 of the first Super Weekend, and now they're against Arab GSG. If there's any team that want you to take points from, it will be Arab GSG. Like, lacking momentum, you're lacking a little bit of those basic play, and don't even have a position in the circle at the moment. But it will be the same for Loyalty.
Flare Loyal up against Arab GSG, as we say, but Arab GSG, they're moving in for the push. They're looking fine NASR straight away. They find the shots also onto Easy, but the cross-map plays coming through onto Arthur does send a summer back down. For the meantime, the grenade looking to be cooked straight onto the two targets, off onto the flank side. That could be a beautiful one. Straight onto NASR. Yes, it will find it. The Molotov there to flush him out. So instantly, though, on return, 2 knocks coming from behind. The Fled Loyal team, they outflank the Arab GSG players, and now Uraz coming in as well, off onto their own 1v1. Zoro from behind, that core player with those initial 2 knocks. It just feels like Arab GSG, they are trying to go for the plays, but Flare Loyal, they're one-upping them every single time.
Well, they're just confident, you know, in their position. Pretty bold split as well. You can see they are just doing this thing. Look at the 3 players remaining, and not even 3. They picked up that one as well. So the split is there, the confidence is there, but what they don't have, right, is enough meds if they do lose life.
GSG stuck inside the buildings is Flare Loyal. They make that push inside. Easy. Won't find that movement there from Arab GSG, one building to the next, looking for maybe the shots, looking onto the feet, poke them out from below. NASA going in off the other side. Reg's going to be on their lone zone, but can Regs pull off the 1v2? They're looking for that quick rotation across the side, looking to try not join up with the rest of their members, and they will be successful. Not going to find a pick, but on the other end, still Uraz finds another one on to Zoro, and 2 players remain. Also, we do see the RG up against Rad, and when you do think about that 1 knock coming through as well, coming through from Zoro, it makes it so easier with that blue zone to just knock down the rest. Arab GSG eliminated first in this second game.
Beautiful pincer formation. You know, they got that info from third person peek, then they rotate around it, they pinch it, they trade it when it's appropriate. Just, you know, once again, this team, like 8 kills from the previous game. I know they've only got 1 placement point, but they just did these 4v4 so strong. You know, they were the team that, you know, wiped out the squad first in that game 1, and they are doing it again. And they won't meet really any team yet until they get to that coastline of that northwestern island.
If this zone, yes, it goes down towards the south side. And Tarzan, this is what I fear, because these bridges, and specifically as you pointed out, Painan, the compound that really is going to be such through from these teams. That was a beautiful shot, by the way, on a side note, through from the side of RTG onto Rad, or should I say SUDOR, excuse me. But the fact that also GUNZ, they're overlooking that, unfortunately not going to find anything from it, is that will be 2 squads, despite that knocked out of contention already in this game. And I go back to my point here, Tarzan. When you look at that southern side zone, when you look at the compounds, when you look at the buildings and the space that these teams can get, probably the trickiest island when it comes to being safe and when it comes to having your own spot in the zone. Because when you think of the main locations, well, it's Ruins, and Ruins is so open of a compound, and you see that going so difficult here for these teams. As iKURD already up against GUNZ, but iKURD, they're losing 1, they're losing maybe 2. Hamodi on the flank side, trying to peek up as much as it can. This building this tower doing so much for them. But here comes the Molotov, forcing out Hamodi. Will burn now to the ground. You do imagine barely dodges this one out, back down to the rock. iKURD will not find the flush for now. iKURD will alter with Rod, finds Rod, and that is going to be 2 for the pickings, whereas GUNZ, they lose absolutely nothing. The grenade going wide for now will tickle Kalaga. Hamodi going back in. Will there be another Molotov to answer? Kalaga, Azia, the only ones now left, and it is just a flush. The grenade finishes him off, and Hamodi, brilliant positioning, lands themselves allow up to 6 kills.
Oh, it feels so good, man. Like when I hyped this team up for this game and they just took it. But you know what? Because it's a new circle. We see so much of them over at the main island on the northern side for some reason. To have a southwestern circle and for a team that dropped on that side to actually show that they can out-knowledge another team, that was brilliant to watch. Hamodi was so strong in that one. He stayed patient and had that timed aggression. Even lived with a sliver of health and retreat at the same time, came back in to execute that brilliant squad wipe. That is GUNZ on top at the moment.
RICO Infinity team, also a team that we need to see more coming through from. But as we slide on over to even more fighting coming out from the blue zone here, Flare Loyal team, it might be caught out by RTG. Caught on the edge of the coastal line. And Flare Loyal team, keep in mind that distance from zone, 960 meters. And RTG, not much less than that. And this is why I'm surprised at both of these squads looking for the fight, because as we mentioned before, Flare Loyal, they didn't pick up a lot of med kits. So the healing not going to be as much, and even when they move down towards the south end of zone, Phase 3 is already moving in, and even Galaxy Racer, those 2 members who could look to gatekeep over that bridge as well.
It's a little bit crazy to see what they're doing. I know they don't want to make any mistakes or to risk anything, but it's time to go. It's going to start hurting, and that is at least Flare Loyal using that bridge to rotate and will buy a little bit of time, and maybe bait the other 2 players to come and shoot it down. Easy is in position. Very, very important to say, hey, if they ever come and challenge our rotation, we are going to take your head out.
Easy, the core player right now, but do you leave Easy? Do you go as a 3 players? Because NASR, YaLLa are going back in for the fight, and I feel like for their Loyal, they're a little bit indecisive, and this is really costing them, because losing the boat, losing their way out into the next part of the game, Tarzan, you'd really do have to question the decision making coming out from the squad, especially considering they are so consistent. And maybe this is why, just too hungry for the fight. So find out Chapo though, that will be 1. They need to still find even more though. RTG still up with 3 members. They find almost the second one. Send K will not go down. Flame as well, challenging over. Arthur, you can hear the boat coming round. We had to keep that boat alive. So important to keep that boat in the game. Easy gets burned down. NASR going for the flank rotation round. They will snipe down Easy. Surely not quite yet. Easy does not go down. NASR is well knocked. And this is disaster. With that boat as well in tatters. RTG have executed now onto Flare Loyal. They should have just left.
Oh man, it's just between bad and worse. Like these teams, I know you've got some 4 kills, on board, right? But that's not what you want to do. But I can see why both teams are trying to, not, easily make a move, because it's so punishable. One thing that we for sure have already seen is using that boat in that situation. As you can see, the last player off their loyal team would just say, you know what, I would just try to go. But RTG finally pulled the trigger and try to finish what they started. They decide to choke this team, and they will need to finish it. Otherwise, it's just not worth it.
Man, I feel like Sanhok really is testing these teams, but not in the way that I would have anticipated here, Tarzan. I wouldn't expect, unfortunately, these type of decision makings to come through. Uraz just going to burn now through into that blue zone. I'm going to fall down into that loot box, and Flare Loyal team eliminated in 13th position with only those 4 kills to go beside them. and 4 points is all they're going to get. But when it comes to the teams who do need to still show something here, SCYTES joining back in for their first match of the day. And SCYTES, they didn't have this amazing standout performance, but we did see as well coming through from SCYTES these golden gem plays that really did invoke that confidence through into their team fighting prowess. And I'm excited to see what SCYTES can really do.
And I think they are holding a spot, right, that can, get them a lot if it ever shifts towards that side. And they will now actually get a bit of an easy entrance. We may have a Sami finish. Okay, this is where I think, GUNZ should win, because Sami is their spot, is where they drop. And I need to assume that the city where you drop better compared to the rest of the lobby, right? And so they need to know how to get back in. They have a big split they try to control, and I want to see them have a brilliant game. I wouldn't settle if they don't get, I think, at least 14 points in this game too.
Man, that's pretty high up, Tarzan. There's pretty high expectations you're setting for them.
Yeah, but I think it's well reasoned, right? It keeps going to the spot that you know how to play, where you drop. You have 6 kills on board already to give you that momentum. What else do you want? Easy entrance as well. Choke spots established to play spoiler from that northern side. It's go time.
Man, it is go time for all of these teams because the Alpha Legends are diving in. But we're getting caught. We're getting blown into smithereens by YaLLa. Down to just 2 members. Down to just 1 member. As they maybe just lose their second player on the off angle. Isn't they will lose half of their squad with that play. Unfortunately, their Alpha Legend is suffering, but they do make both Jody and Rayman into the zone. So their position still strong for now. But as you can see, moving through onto Sami, maybe a position the team aren't so confident in particular when we look at Sami, the cliffside overlooking the compound itself going to be such a priority point for so many of these squad divisions.
Yep, and I mean, this is so tricky for so many of these teams about, finding the small building that you can hold down, not giving away too much sound. And you can see Jody just down to himself because Raymond is not close anywhere. And that is SCYTES trying to get on board.
Oh man, Jody gets wiped. Ramen, though, is on the cliffside, as we say. So important a position, understanding that, yes, guys, we're moving in, was able to provide some knowledge, but not quite enough for the 1v3. Just too many bodies of SCYTES to throw at the problem. Galaxy Racer as well, going to suffer one knockdown to the solo of MJ. The YaLLa continue their push inside the zone. And as these teams also move away, possibly now even just the one compound, either Sami's going to go or down from Cam will go in. I really do wonder how these teams are going to adapt to such a hard zone shift because look at the fact that that zone goes so far away from all of these players. YaLLa still up against it though, inside the zone, trying to push against MJ. Finally, Galaxy Racer get eliminated down in 12th position. And YaLLa can make that assault in, but SUDOR also up in front. And when you do see such a hard shift, Tarzan, the chaos is going to be so much of that rotate on the eastern side.
Oh, this northern part as well with SUDOR set up here, it really tests the side of YaLLa Esports to, restrict how they expose themselves to a particular compound and just really keep those crosshairs on what's needed, to punish whoever is trying to gatekeep them. And SUDOR needs to tighten up the formation in here as well and start planning forward. And we have RICO Infinity team needing to start fragging. This is the first game of today, and not just today, this week as well, as they are down to 2, holding down the side.
YaLLa pushing up against the blue zone. Blue zone relentless, so still going to come after them. And YaLLa, on the quick thinking, so many smokes. You cannot see the members of YaLLa Esports. There is that many smokes, and they put out everything, Tarzan, to try get back into this game. YaLLa does still the full squad up. SUDOR coming in now for the support, knowing that this could be 4 members coming out from any and which direction. Even more smoke's going to be used. They find Skiton. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade, though. The second not going to be found for the window. Barely surviving. Hidden will also fall down, but YaLLa, they're dropping. Powerful as also now the only one up. 07 being knocked. Skiton going for the revive with the teammates. Yama's also looking to be revived. Trax coming in with a grenade. This could be huge. This could be massive if it lands. It won't go just now. It will knock down the health bar of Yamas, but they keep themselves all up for the meanwhile. Fanatic Zombies as well going to fall down in the meantime. SUDOR also going to lose another. The grenade on the edge of life now for Skiton. The Blues are moving in now. Powerful moves in on the side of the flank. Has to go for the push. Can they find the knock? So they're looking over the grenade. And almost knocks down Track straight onto the bounce. So it was beautiful. Down onto the second. Track is playing out of his mind, but Yamas is not for much. Immediately third party. SUDOR and YaLLa join themselves down, and just like that, snipers with the zone, with the opportunities, 4 teams remaining. NASR sniping down onto SCYTES, eliminating another miracle, going for the miracle play. Can they find the second shots? No, they cannot. SCYTES are booed, looking to find this one through as well. NASR off on their own rotation in. But snipers, they're struggling. They lose 1, they lose 2 members. Down onto the other 2 on the south side, onto the western end. NASR pushing in, and as that zone moves into the north end, this could be disastrous for them. And NASR might just steal this game.
Oh, what is this game? Oh my lord. Look at the circle as well. It's a game of reflex. Like the kill feed just didn't stop at all. You can see SCYTES making it work. YaLLa bouncing back as well. You know, this crazy 4v4s, knowing that they just need to fight. And they fought their way through it, and it's a 2v1v1. Essentially, a 2v1v, not 2v2v1, but you know, like Nabo needs to like put the quickest pair of shoes on. I think that might just be an important one coming from Sniper, because they have the numbers advantage.
You could see Navo with the positioning there, Tarzan was playing for that zone to try heal, and actually wasn't the play. Its snipers will execute, though RTG now just down to the duo, but Hassan, just like that, almost goes down.
Oi!
Will find a knock, though. That is huge. Into the blue zone of one of the snipers. Now it will be the 1v1. Can Citizen X find Hassan? The grenade goes wide, possibly. And now Citizen looking for their own in return. It will be a smoke, excuse me, Hassan. This might be on target. Straight down will be the rocks to protect him for the meantime. The blue zone on the edge of Citizen. The blue zone on the edge of Hassan. Both of them going in for the snake. Hassan looking for the grenade over, but can he find it on target? The grenade jumping in, as you can see, it goes over onto their own version of the screen and that blows up. Citizen direct on target. And Tarzan, NASR, what a good showing from them, and they just capitalized on what was everyone fighting against each other for the zone.
Wow, they just, the individual plays coming through as well. You know, they just try to do a split, like if my memory serves me correctly, and try to, you know, open each other's, you know, path. And they were able to get that last guy in, and it was not just that, but the 1v2, you know, like challenging someone who just knows he is there. He was just better in that. I thought it would be snipers coming back as well, but you know what, I blessed, then cursed guns, but it's not my fault, to be fair. Like, they had a spot and it shifts away from them, and you know, like, this is the pain, like, of playing this map, and these teams have to have that mentality, you know, to hold it down once again, to know that it's just Sandhawk, right? It's knowing what is just Sandhawk. There's nothing I can do, or there's something that I need to fix. You know, it's the bounce between those two ideas.
So much to break down, Tarzan, but we had to go for a break before we get to do so. So it will be a short one here, but we will be right back where we get to break down exactly how these teams did on the first Sandhawk match of League. Welcome everyone back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season, where we are 2 games through the second week of league stage play. And Tarzan, it was a beautiful outplay from Hassan. It brought NASR the chicken dinner victory.
Oh, it's much needed because we feel like we've lost them. You know, the kings of week 1 league play, right? Didn't have the brightest super weekend in week 1 as well. Didn't even have the good game, you know, in that game 1. But game 2, they came back strong. The individual plays that we see, you know, and you know what? Maybe they are still in this. Maybe they are strong on every map.
Maybe it is time to tell though, Tarzan, because it is only one Sandhawk. We still got one more to go later, but Miramar up next. And as we also go through to the overall score of this game, it was another big showing from the snipers, Tarzan, who were able to bring in 20 beautiful points with that second place victory, much better than their last place finish in the first match.
It's so important. It's not just that. It was week 1 being a little bit of a sad one for them as well. To have 20, to maybe, you know, have a good start into finally qualifying to, you know, Super Weekend. That would be huge for them. You know, SCYTES as well. You know, they have a bit of a slip, right? But we need them to, you know, get a second chance, you know, to show their strengths in Super Weekend. And the YaLLa slowly bouncing back as well. Those head on 4v4, I feel like they've done all they could in that given circle, and that's a great showing from this team that we're waiting as well.
I'm very impressed by YaLLa actually to stay consistent, particularly where that zone was so difficult for so many of these teams, alongside I think SCYTES questioning their ability and also RTG. So seeing those teams that really did need to bring up their results, bring up their showing into the PMPL Arabia, doing so at least for the first 2 games. But on the other side of the coin here, Tarzan, the likes of Flare Loyal team, and both looking at them, I think that they really did make some crucially bad errors in judgment calls in that game that ultimately was their downfall.
I think speaking of like errors or things that, you know, confuse us, is none other than Galaxy Racer. It's a very big 2-1-1 split, and one of them dropping in a known position in boot camp. Not saying that boot camp's always taken, but they had the time to study it. It was basically always taken, and they just got in there. And you know what? Let's head over to the highlights, because there's so much that we might have missed, especially in that later game.
So much in that final few moments of Sanhok that really did bring in such levels of chaos. But as you can see here, Galaxy Racer just getting caught out, 2 of their members being punished. But as well, we will get to, I think, surely see the plays through. Initially, what was great from their loyal team, praising their team fighting prowess early on to eliminate Arab GSG, completely surrounding them and picking them apart one by one. But when it did come to that rotation off the Cliff side, late rotation first of all, but then waiting for all 4 members just to be able to make it into zone when it's already so far away from you, and then all dying because of it. Bad decision. And I think Easy should have been left to try play spoiler.
And it's just so hard. I feel like he tried anyway, and they may need to just let the boat go. I feel like they forced themselves into a situation where they couldn't approach it in another way. But I think it's also, understandable that they wouldn't expect a team to still be in the blue several hundred meters, rotating through a side of the map that is usually not so crowded. And but speaking of, crowded, it was YaLLa who fought their way through for sure.
YaLLa with the upset through on to their RTG, onto also NASR through SCYTES, through snipers, and they really did come out swinging. They came out on top through those final moments. In particular, RTG not quite able to claim through everything that they needed to. Snipers as well with a 1v1 outplay from Hassan to the next one, bang on the target with the grenade. And I think overall NASR, when it comes to the league stage, they were obviously the first team in the first week coming out of the league stage itself, but coming now into the second week, yes, it's all good and dandy to be able to get another good result, but as long as they get enough going through to, say, this next Super Weekend, the Super Weekend itself did not look so good for them, and it does concern me a little bit. But this game overall does, on the other hand, instill faith in me that those good games are still there.
Yeah, I mean, the individual ability from this team is still, above the average of the lobby, I feel like. And that is, really proven through that. Just every time they're on camera, I feel like that's really shown. If there's anything, it's a little bit of the macro control and a little bit of those moments where you need to use, your brain more than your skills, that it may force, lead to them tripping just a bit. But other than that, I think it's still a team that has so much potential that can, propel themselves up just by fixing a few of those things.
I mean, a few small mistakes here and there to be expected along the long road of PMPL Arabia. And I think when it comes down to teams really coming now into Miramar once again, keep in mind that we are going to not have decided Group C this time around up for contention. It's going to be groups A, B, D, and E who will all play. So we're going to see back on the cards the likes of Falcons, Zombies, Fate, who all looked so good when it came to that first match.
Yeah, we keep taking out the teams who might have the momentum to keep going, right? Because like NASR was in Group C and they didn't get to play this one. And then GUNZ had some crazy fragging 4v4s and they didn't get to play this one as well. But it was also maybe the chance for the 2 other teams in that group, Fanatic Zombies and iKURD Esports to, take time, take a breather, fix some things and come back stronger in that match 4.
Definitely Zombies as well. When we think back to the first match of Miramar, it was YaLLa who got knocked on that early rotation. They almost lost a second, but they were able to bring it back a little bit, but still not a good overall showing. So from the most kill-hungry team out of the first Super Weekend, expecting a little bit more controlled aggression, because the team fighting on paper should be them that are the best at it, yet they got a little bit outplayed is the word we will use here. But and I also think that when we look to those rest of those teams, Falcon as well, not having the best game coming from Miramar. And I think, as we say, their wings being clipped slightly coming out of the first Super Weekend, and some of these other teams really rising above them.
I feel like they kind of tried, like, what they could do from that side anyway. I could see that pocket positions down to those very small things, so that those points didn't completely reflect how Falcon played that one. But there is still a chance, okay, like that they can completely bounce back from that one. But speaking of outplay, it was Zombies basically outplaying themselves, is how it feels like. But let's compare these two teams, for that past game. You can see Snipers being on here is something that we don't expect. It's a little bit unlikely because they were not doing very well before this game.
I mean, Snipers, warm welcome to Stephen there, and obviously a team that does play more through those knockdowns, plays more for the positioning. Tarzan, where YaLLa are, of course, more straight up aggression. But I think they're also positioning, and when the Snipers do work well in that scenario, do actually end up with the good results. It's just, I think, a case of Snipers. When you look at Miramar and their positioning in the first game, being more aware of where these teams are dropping, how they want to make their move into zone, because when they were even gifted that zone in Sanhok, it was actually surprising to note that two of their members, yes, on one hand was bad, but they were also split because they lost half their team. The zone wasn't in their favor anymore. It was the southern members who stayed alive, but they had to rotate up north. And when you do think of those southern members, it was still props to them to be able to make that rotation in, and it's a challenge for that chicken dinner.
Sorry about that, but what I was trying to say is sometimes these are the individual plays that needs to come through a bit better, I think, from these players. Right. When you're down to one or two players, like I feel like in some of the other regions that I see is those solos doing a little bit more work, finding a way in. But there is a bigger domino effect, I feel like, so far in PMPL Arabia, where they tried so hard to trade or for that revenge play that they fall, one by one. It's not always the case, but it has a little bit of that tendency, and I'm waiting to be proved wrong.
A reminder here is move through to the schedule to show here Tarzan that the Snipers will have to prove us wrong here from the first game, because they're up onto Miramar this time around, and if they can bring that win. But Miramar, the second game out of 3 times we will see it today, and I'm especially looking forward to the teams who don't actually have Miramar so much today, but also have Sanhok more tomorrow. The likes who didn't play one of Sanhok games, like Group D and Group B, they will be the ones who have more Miramar games to play tomorrow. And I think, I do believe Snipers going to be in Group B, so they should be one of those squads to really have to play more of that later on.
I think I just checked Snipers in Group A, but yes, those type of schedule, like you mentioned, right? That's exactly why it's so tricky, to manage a team and be in any of these teams. Is you don't just say, okay, is this map we're just going to play it? No, it's about preparation now. We talk about all those, and so that planning, through knowing what you're going to play and how you're going to make that session, useful, is very important. Someone may be like, okay, we're just planning to be a bit of a time off for that one game, or do they want to use it to review bots already? Look at games, or even just start, doing some 2v2s, or if they have, support system, other players, assist the team, brother team, 4v4s in the hot drop, if that's something that they want to fix. It's down to those things, right? And that's why the schedule, the beauty of the schedule and the complexity of the schedule actually, could be used by these teams in a very beneficial way.
I think, as well as I mentioned before, We talked about GUNZ being the team that you thought about, Sanhok, and we've mentioned so many of these teams who need to improve. On to Miramar, is there a team in specific that you are looking at and keeping your eye on in this third game to really show us what they can do on Miramar itself?
Well, I would really need to have a think. Like, let me actually. RICO Infinity. RICO Infinity team will be the one that I'm looking at because, like, I feel like they've generated enough momentum from last week, and they had enough time to make a particular type of mistake, and they have shown a different style on the other maps that obviously work for them, right? So I want to see them like do it in here, and they are still on paper a very good team.
And it surprises me because RICO Infinity team you mentioned here is one of those teams looking through going into PMPL Arabia was a team that we really did think were going to go much further than they've already been. And not to say that they haven't gone far, they've still had a good result and they still got a good super weekend showing, but they have been more loaded onto specific days where they get those points and the other days where they haven't actually been doing so well. So it is a little bit of a coin toss on RICO Infinity team if they do well in one day, if they do bad. And that when questions their consistency of play, because if they're able to manage and master that consistency in specific, they could be really one of these top teams to probably contest those top 5 spots. As we say, the top 5 teams are going through into the finals, out of the finals, should I say, going through to the EMEA League.
It's really tricky, right? Because we haven't really seen the really, really consistent play. Sometimes the consistency is like very biased towards just a league stage, like of a week, or just a particular day or two, like in the super weekend so far. And so it's very, I think maybe the bar is set very high to say that they need to find always a way in, but I think it's true, right, that if you are really like miles ahead of everyone else, there is actually a way, to secure your play, secure your players, secure some points through, and at least consistently bounce back, right? If you happen to have a bad game, like those things, I'm still waiting, to be completely blown away.
I think also to be blown away is a team that we've not really mentioned so much here, which was we briefly talked about them, of iKURD, and that will be the team that I look at in specific here, Tarzan, as we move our way through on to Miramar for the third match of the day. And iKURD specifically, I think, Tarzan, very, very exciting to see what they can do. Obviously, this team who, when they are good and when they are consistent in team fighting, very much a force to be reckoned with as we do head over with the plane on to the desert dunes. And also, we have not only teams, but also Oppo, who are here alongside us as well. Born to win. Welcome to the exciting match, brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 5 series. And this playing path, much, much different to what we saw in the first game.
Oh, this is also a very nice playing path, I have to say. And so teams should just do their homework and know not to get wiped early. And that kind of gives me a little bit of hesitation, like now that I mentioned RICO Infinity team, I feel like I might have, like cursed them or whatnot, but it comes down to how they drop in here, because I know, I feel like it's more like a hope that I want them to bounce back because they are lacking some juice, like right now. And but yes, there's so many teams that I want, to root for, and this sort of circle really adds a lot of, possibility, like for these teams to know how to stay safe and all along. And seems like RICO Infinity may just be going in between a few teams right now and may not find a well-defined spot in the circle.
And keep in mind as well here, Tarzan, the first time for the second week that we get to see those in Group E on Miramar. So Arab, GSG, RICO, Infinity Team, Alpha Legends, and SUDOR Esports all going to be new to the Desert Dunes for this week at least, as we do see beautiful Rad in synchronization landing through down into the compound. And Rad, one of these teams that we hyped up going through into the start of this week, but still to, I think, find their footing and really find that good game.
Tricky, because like I think they're one of those teams that would be able to get a chicken dinner, like when it's really like the luck's really on their side with circles, but when they are not, like when they know that they have to fight it through, like you just feel like they have so much resistance, man. It's almost like a mental resistance in the way that they play, to know that, oh, we don't have the zone, crap, let's see what we can do. Like, but they just become like a hype house, like when they get the circle and play so confidently.
But like, oh my goodness, we do have the zone, guys. What is this? We don't have to move anywhere. We can control the zone. This is foreign, but we can do it, guys. We can take the chicken dinner. Whereas on the other hand, I do agree with you, right? They do feel that they have this mental block inside of them, and it's that confidence that Rad do lack. That I think if they can have that confidence to be able to make those plays, to be able to just go in and do it, then they could actually find a lot more success. As you can see, only 8 points so far. And I think a lot of teams struggling, of course, based on the fact that they have had low points. And yes, it's, I believe only Rad's second game that they will be playing. So yes, they've had to sit out one game, and that is a test to the fact that they are so low on this leaderboard. But also the fact that they didn't bring out so many points in the only game, considering that other teams are going to be that much more ahead of them because they've obviously played those other two games, really does, I think, put maybe Rad into that state of mind, in the sense that they don't have that confidence to go up against these higher placed, higher point scoring squads. And I think they need to, as we say, have that confidence just to wipe that from their mind and take every team in a way the same.
Yeah, and they haven't, like executed any fights in a particularly clean way, other than maybe that one win that I've seen them took, like over at Sandhawk, when they know that, oh, we've got the compound, it is a 4v2, let's push it, right? Like, other than those moments, like there are a little bit of like sloppiness coming through, but I'm waiting to be proved otherwise. And speaking of teams sometimes having very undefined like start of plays, Alpha Legends is one of them. Like, they had very solid like week one, at both league phase, and the super weekend is considered very decent. But in the play just now, like where they have the biggest 2-1-1 split, 2 to play spoiler, but failing to make that work, like these are the things that make me wonder what's actually going through their heads. Like, what was the actual core and decision that they want to pull off?
And a reminder as well that Alpha Legends, not only such a good team, but one of the more veteran teams and organizations coming in to the PMPL Arabia, and their results of these players spanning all the way back to the likes of those PMCO full splits in 2019. And one of those players who have been so consistent, I think, for their team, Chaos, their fragger, has really popped off and saved their team from disaster so many times. And this younger player coming in and really changing up the way that Alpha Legends play, but also bringing that necessary firepower and aggression that has served them so well.
But sometimes, you made that point, and I completely agree. It's a different experience, like different style, but it's about finding, meeting halfway, knowing how to use everyone's strength without having a clash in play style. Like, that is why sometimes creating a team and the roster is so important. And but you know what, we talk about like picking teams, picking players, And it really reminds me of, the past glories of Arab GSG. What is going on right now? What do you think is the problem, Highland Wolf, that they are still yet to get a single point?
Man, Arab GSG to get off their starting line. Yes, of course, Arab GSG, we've only played one game. So that is, I think,
True.
the silver lining, right? Off of their squad only having 0 points effectively here in this first 2 games and going into the third one. But I think on the other hand of things, Arab GSG, they need to be more aware of the early positioning, because the early positioning is what caught them out specifically with their loyalty. And when you look back at the Super Weekend, it was the same story, right? They get caught out in bad positions moving into zone. They lose out even when they have games that gives them kills, that starts that ball rolling for them. They just decide to chuck the ball off a cliff.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue, like with not just them. I feel like a few of these bottom teams have that same issue. And it's so hard sometimes if you play the game well and from the minimap or whatnot, you can see exactly what they're trying to do. But this team that we're mentioning, man, like it's just so hard to define. Like it's so weird sometimes what they're trying to do, and or you would think, oh look, they have a compound, but they just get wiped like 2 minutes after. So like I don't know yet, like until I've been proved otherwise, I will still remain being quite worried for Arab GSG. And the other team would be Galaxy Racer, but they are holding one of those strongest spots in the Shimasera Church, and I wonder how they can use momentum in the game if they have some of those early kills.
I mean, we get to see them right now moving their way in from the north side of GSG. And also, I think very impressive coming through from SCYTES. Only 1 game played, but able to bring in a chicken dinner's worth of points, 15 to be exact. And moving in now against their first fight against HOTLINE. And I do anticipate both of these teams to be quite contentious, because both of them not so much strong in the first week, but especially HOTLINE coming through in the first Miramar game, particularly strong and almost came out with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and with this circle as well. Falcon, speaking of chicken dinner, one of those teams that got a good amount, but got more second places than chicken dinner ever will be Falcon Esports. They love Lost the Owners. That's their drop spot, and now they have a circle that is very close to the drop spot. I wonder what they're going to do. I mentioned it earlier already, and to my disappointment, GUNZ didn't make it work for a circle that heavily favors an area that they know. So I need Falcon to maybe do the same, but we will need to first wrap up this fight because HOTLINE is under the pressure of SCYTES.
Wrap it up. You just take that grenade into Molto's hands and you smack him down with it. SCYTES will be the ones to clean up this fight, and the rest of HOTLINE Thanos just not going to be able to snap his fingers, delete any members, because SCYTES are the ones deleting HOTLINE. They will clean up the fight. Molto going to go down and 3 kills going their way. Thanos the only player alive, and that vehicle does not look healthy. SCYTES also on that chase behind them, looking for that position, not going to look to allow HOTLINE any respite in this game.
I mean, like, look at this risk that they're taking as well, like needing to find a spot to hold down, but also need a vehicle, arguably, because like how else can you live as a solo? And they have lost the first 3 players in this game.
HOTLINE, bad news bears for them, but also will be very interesting to see exactly how Zombies look to take their fight onto Galaxy Racer, because Galaxy Racer, they were initially controlling the church. Now, they've got also an interesting position here with those 3 members. Rock's going to join up alongside them on the cliff side towards Chumasera. And this is, on paper, around the Chumasera church, actually a very strong position for them. And I would expect the Galaxy Racer, with this position, should be able, on paper anyways, to pick up some plentiful amount of kills and control that position going through to the next future phases.
Well, they've at least done one thing very well just now. They tried a 3-1 split, and but the player who was across rocks, just drove back, and the cover fire was there. They almost took that knock onto the player of Zombies just because the comms was there to say, okay, someone's pulling up, I need to drive back now. He was on the go quick enough, and then the team made sure that he doesn't get sprayed down. Didn't really lose much vehicle health as well, I believe. And but you know what? Forming these sort of formations, guarding each other's rotations, not going to be easy. The snipers need to continuously prove themselves, and they may be under pressure of Eric GSG, but they would just let that one go, and they would continue to rotate to find a new place to go home.
Falcons as well. Can't quite find Jody. Half the health goes, but not quite enough. You need 100% of our HP bar to slip to find a knock on to the Alpha Legends player, keeping themselves alive for the meantime. Alpha Legends coming off of what is such a tricky position. There goes Jody, blowing up with a vehicle in. I think coming out of Los Leones on this western side, the most tricky spot to come through, as KWT will confirm that kill, because the fact that these ridge lines, the way that the land is structured, there's no easy way for Alpha Legends to escape through. No easy way, of course, for snipers to escape through, is they will also lose their first player.
Oh, it's not easy. Like, for all these teams trying to find a spot, and I feel like it's an issue with scouting as well, or having only one plan in their mind and not think about, okay, what if it's taken? Like, what do I do now? There's too much like reactive play like coming through, and not enough safeguarding and safety net, right? Because like, you know what, the impression I got from what I saw the past 2 minutes was Jody dying. I feel like that happens too many times. Like, maybe he's just a scout or whatnot, but he keeps finding a position that he feels like is okay. Then he realizes not. Then he moves, and then he still dies. There's something that needs to be recalibrated by some of these players.
Zombies still looking for the way in. Tarzan still looking for some entrance inside. Real Tiger 9. They hold up firm for now. The 3-1 split coming through as Real Tiger 9 will find 2-man as well. You even see more kills going off in that kill feed elsewhere. But the fact that Real Tiger 9, if they're able to win this fight, this could be a huge win for them. They haven't been a team that has shown up strong, and this could be the second game that Zombies do lose out on. Even Real Tiger 9 fighting another one on to Sawi of Fate.
It almost feels like they know how to play this spot, and they just control multiple sides, and they are trying to put pressure on multiple teams. And you know what? If they happen to get some kills onto the Zombies, like, that will be a little bit of the boost. Not a little bit, is a big boost. Like, imagine taking members out, like, from the strongest fragging team. If they're a real Tiger, they would use that and say, look at me go, this is me popping off right now.
Fade as well need to find a way through outside of the zone, and this is why it's so tricky for Fate Esports to be able to contest up against Real Tiger, because Real Tiger have the position, they have the buildings for cover. Where's Fate? They're out in the open, the blue zone coming in behind them, really forcing their hand as this zone looks to shift once again. Falcon as well under fire, but SUDOR this time the ones against him.
And this is an issue, right? Like, I feel like they need to know how to play here, and they are using this 2-2 split. That is a little bit hard to support each other on. You can see, like, Never Alone is definitely not, but soon he may be, because they have the teammates too far away. Now finally getting into the car, but will that be enough? That pre-smoke was so important along that retreat path.
Never Alone keeping himself alive for now. It's KWT also from the flank side. Needs to make it past Alpha Legends too. Never Alone on the opposite end though will be knocked. And this looks like SUDOR looking to first this one out. But KWT comes in for the support. And as the vehicle blows up, KWT does dodge out for now. But they'll lose their carry. Never Alone is out. Last as well to fall next. And these two core players out already of the fight. We mentioned how good they were, but the positioning not there. Last will fall, as well as even RICO Infinity team up against their own fight in this match. But still, no teams have fallen. Still 16 alive.
Oh, it's going to be so tricky for this one, because look at the start of SUDOR. They could use all the landscape, slowly move in, and Falcon found a spot and can maybe reverse gatekeep this, and it's going to be hard, but it will first be YaLLa trying to control and continue with the dominance.
Oh man, he might catch Kirsten this time around, because YaLLa, they obliterated and pressed the delete key on RICO Infinity team. They just got wiped. GSG also moving their way in, but Asama will be the only one left, as Bayat has been knocked up against Galaxy Racer in between Fate Esports. There's nowhere for these teams to go. And I think also when we look at the strongest positions in these games, the Zombies, they're the ones I would say here, Tarzan, with the compound in the center, who has somehow been able to hold on and set themselves up for success.
And that is Arab GSG out as well, you know, just holding on to certain spots. And the weak side awareness is a little bit, not a little bit, was almost non-existent there, you know? Like, this is the part of the map that you know the Chumaseri Treasure is so strong. How can you let that slip? And that is probably them, you know, forcing out of the position and forced to make a mistake. You can see Galaxy Racer now very happy fans, I feel like, because they are still so strong on that spot and trying to control and punish multiple teams.
I mean, look at the zone right now. You saw it with that overlooking shot from the high angle. The fact that it is so open is so tricky for teams like SCYTES, for Flare Loyal. And interesting that SCYTES actually choose to go into that danger zone. And they decide to go for the kills. And this could pay off against them, but they seem to be, for now, in control. SCYTES pinning Loyal to the tree line means it is so difficult for Loyal to make a move, understanding they get knocked if they go in behind onto the roadside. But albeit, on the other hand, SCYTES are the ones suffering the knocks, because Alpha Legends, they pull off the third party, but not before the snipers also get eliminated. Falcon up against SUDOR, already lost KWT, and that's just them as the fight even begins on the camera. SUDOR with the squad-wide 5 kills and going back finally towards SCYTES to see exactly if that grenade looks on target. That looks like a juicy one. Yes, it is. That is easy. Taking an easy free knock. Alpha. Can Arthur, though, take this one through? As the Allies up against it, Arthur stands up. Can they find Phobia? The shots barely land. Arthur still alive, but Arthur can't do anything. And YaLLa has to pull off the miracle play, but the knock comes through, but not before the bullets in return. And Flare Loyal team wiped as well. Ghost going to be the only one alive. Alpha Legends also trying to play spoiler from the third party. But keep in mind, SUDOR are just behind them and they're chucking in these grenades, looking for the knocks. Scythe drives straight in for the aggression, but a Molotov halts them for now. Beautiful slowing of the fight. Scythe as well knocked, and that's a second. Cuddle of the off angle. Tarzan, this is disaster. A double knock. SUDOR, what can you do? Alpha Legends, but it's destroying you inside the smoke. They don't even need vision. And this is SUDOR might have the fight completely turned on its head. Alpha Legends playing out of their minds on Miramar for now. One fight into the next. Kato gets knocked out. Keep in mind, Redman is so low. Redman goes in, but this could be the throw. This could be Alpha Legends eliminated. But finally, they take down another. Fixed End goes down. Chaos jumping down outside to the ground floor. The Molotov going to halt them for the meantime. Chaos moving in. Chaos's frag is still alive. Skiton making the revive vote. And this is Fixed End could make it the 2v1. Chaos is making all sorts of movement. And this is going to help the side of SUDOR even more. Chaos goes in for the revive. They cannot find this splash. Fixed End still alive. Skiton still alive. And Chaos can't quite find anything for the moment time. We'll have to wait extend so low. The bullet's not landing. Chaos so low, but still finally goes down. Skiton finds the shot. The aim is true. Alpha Legends out.
Ooh, you were rapping right there. You know, like you were Eminem. Like whoever was the great rapper, that was you. And you know, SUDOR, I feel like I didn't want them to live. It made me sound like a bad person, right? Because like, okay, what happened was they took out one of like the strongest teams, and they were so happy with it that they went over aggressive. They pushed in. They had the Overwatch. They sent in a vehicle, but ended up just giving up on the Overwatch. Crashed into the compound, got double knocked, lost 2 players for no bloody reason. That was a really bad play by them, but then Alpha Legends were no better. When they have the numbers advantage, they just, you know, didn't have it synchronized as they clear it out. And it was down to that 1-to-1. It's one of those situations, Island Wolf, that, like I like to say, is between bad and worse. You know, and but at least SUDOR can still continue with, you know, their aggression from the taste of blood in their mouth from, you know, all these early kills, but they will need a little bit more of a more controlled, you know, and well-planned rotation, because that is a far rotation for them to make for this Western hard shift.
And all the meanwhile, Tarzan, through these extended fights, the zone is now at phase 6. It's moving its way to phase number 7. And what we see is actually those who took those extended fights falling out on the edge of zone. Marshall, the solo player, and SUDOR also, I think, going to struggle, should I say RTG, excuse me, because RTG, they're stuck against YaLLa, and YaLLa is a full squad. Yes, they need to make it into zone, but they should find these kills, and then they'll move into what is actually a very open spot for them. They can, as you see, look to take down SCYTES as well, because it is this openness going uphill that YaLLa have the control of, because YaNAS is that player already in, scouting that vision for the trio.
Oh, it's so hard right now. You can see some of these players already deciding to just get every single knot as they can, and that might be the case, and that is at least RTG making something happen before they have to go. And you can see 17 remaining and 21 player. Fate is still in here after their win, and Galaxy Racers trying to finally show up.
There goes Rad 2. Galaxy Racers, you said, have had to share a church all darn game, but now is the time to wake up. Now is the time to bless up. Here is Galaxy Racers. They will go up against the fray. SUDOR will fall. They fall down to RT9, still looking to swipe their own claws to take some kills, to take this chicken dinner. Meat is on the menu. In all of these teams, 3 full squads, 3 of 3 players. This could be Fate Esports grabbing themselves also a second chicken dinner too.
Oh, the real Tiger 9, this has to be the game. Like they based on just landscape analysis, they came in from the side that they have multiple, you know, ridges for them to use for progressive rotation. They can decide which side to fight and rely on some of these teams to take out each other. And now they get blessed by the circle. This is huge for this team.
Absolutely stonking massive. As they look to try go up against Zombies. The Zombies and Fate, they're outside the zone. This is phase 6. We're moving into phase 7, Tarzan. And the fact that this zone is going to erase anyone who gets caught inside of it, you have to go for the fight now. You have to clean this up. And that is why Zombies, they go straight in onto Sowie. But they look to find this beautiful grenade in. It doesn't get cooked enough in time. Doesn't go over the wall. And Zombies have the protection. They open the door. Try to bait one out. Sowie will be baited. And now it will be the second just along the outskirts. But Fate will find a return. And this is disaster for Zombies. Humam is the only player that will find 2 clean free ones inside. And a Humam with with the cleanup. Now needs to look for break as well of the off angle. But 7 Reef, they're still up. It will be Zombies trying to stay alive, allowing the zone to do its work. 7 Reef already back down to a sliver of HP. That zone almost 5-shot him, and 7 Reef has to dip back in, falls back into the zone. Fate Esports get knocked. Zombies on their way through to the rest of this game. YaLLa as well going to be surprised by RT9, and it will be the return note from YaLLa. 1-for-1 in the meantime. Galaxy Racer are assassinating the backline, and this is Galaxy Racer's game, Tarzan. All straight down to 2 teams, all straight down to Zombies eliminated, and RT9, the duo, up against the full squad, but the knocks have been apparent. MJ knocked, Rocks now dead. The turn on to the duo against the trio as Eagle even joins back up. Jigsaw and Eagle, they find the 2-piece. They just have one more to max cash, and they fall as well. And that is the chicken dinner, Tarzan. Summed up. Meat truly is on the menu as the Tigers take it all.
Woo. You know what? Like, sometimes I love how you can predict quite a lot based on landscapes. And sometimes you just gotta love it and hate it at the same time. But what I love, and it's not just me, are the fans of Galaxy Racer. Yes, I agree, they got the church, it was very strong, they prayed and it worked. But they came in from the further side for those last 2 circles, and they were able to time those right and third party those kills, and made it to top 2 much needed points. And this is a great cushion coming in from this, second game that they play, I believe, for them. Is it second?
Yeah. Third game that they play.
Okay, but you know what? Finally happening. So like, it's about time, and this is good.
I mean, good overall stuff from them, but RT9 nevertheless will take the chicken dinner. As we say, we will everything down for you just after a short break, where we will see you guys on the other side. Welcome everyone back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season. And we have had 3 fantastic games of the second week of league stage play. And Tarzan, it was just off the fact that Galaxy Racer and RT9, 2 squads that needed those points so importantly. It was RT9 though that took the victory.
Very good play by them. I think they kept so many players alive as well. So these Ridgeline plays so important on Miramar, finding a site to slowly enter and control. Brilliant showing by them, and not the highest amount of kills, but almost double digit with those 9 kills, 24 points by them. And but it's not just them. Galaxy Racer took a decent game with 18 points as well to give their fans a little bit more security, and I think that is just a much needed time to grab those.
I think particularly very important for Galaxy Racer to have those points because this was their 3rd game of the day, so brilliant stuff to be able to show up and make those points happen, but also to Zombies Esports who were able to show up as well. And yes, they sat down for the 2nd game, but they didn't have such a good first Miramar match. They had a good 2nd time round though on Miramar, as it will be in that 3rd position. 17 points in total.
Still showing up strong, and definitely a significant improvement compared to that game 1, right? And but YaLLa Esports just keep going at it. They've been good. And I want them to stay at that. And SUDOR, though, we talked about the issue with over-aggression in some of those skirmishes, but, seems like the confidence are coming back as well, so that is good. But FalconsEsport, you just need to bring over, that momentum from Super Weekend over to the league play.
And closing through those stats, some of those teams that do fall down, like the Alpha Legends, need to re-bring themselves back up going through the next 2 games, the final 2 games we have. As we also move on to the highlights of this game, Tarzan, and show us exactly how RT9 were able to bring that chicken dinner into fruition. And starting off, though, it was the fact that SCYTES smacking down onto HOTLINE, bringing out one of those top teams in the first time round, Snipers who had a good game in the 2nd time round of Sandhawk also falling down, and it feels so back and forth between all of these teams today.
Oh yeah, and then you know what? One thing when it comes to back and forth was the control on that northern side, right? Like YaLLa wants to take it away from someone, then some other teams try to take it away from them later on, and that is just the name of the game. Always controlling a pocket, knowing how to trade for a player or whatnot, and you can see Fate, although they made it, somewhat later into the game, but would not be as strong as the game one.
I'm actually very excited to see coming through the initial play from SUDOR. I think their play onto Alpha Legends was the right play, but you could see with the aggression, as you mentioned, through the breakdown of the fight in the game, that SUDOR did struggle, and that's what brought them down, I think, a lot, because when you think then later on, SUDOR moving up into such a difficult zone of phase number 6, that really did halt them, and it really did hurt them. You can see getting caught out with not enough members to make it through such a tricky part of zone, and they just drop into the hands of Real Tiger 9. Then YaLLa were next, who spent so much time going for the kills, but then they were like, wait, we don't have the position inside the zone in the north side that we had initially, and then they fall down as well. Not before though as well, Zombies and Fate had to fight it through on the edge of zone.
But you know what, props to Fate, because they just made it close enough against one of the top fragging team. It's down to that 1v1 towards the end. It was the blue zone, that Zombie was using to take that fight win as well. But, towards the end there, RT9 with that high ground advantage. Not a lot, but it was just enough to have a great advantage to win that game. But we can see those numbers really show. It's not just a circle bless, they fought for it. Up to 24, 36 damages in those 9 frags, and that is a great bounce back by this team.
You really do feel for Alpha Legends, who put out so much damage as well. 1,364 damage, the fourth highest placed team out the entire game, but one of the few teams who didn't actually have the placement points, only 2 kills going towards them, and that really does also affect their motivation, you have to imagine here, Tarzan. And moving forward into Sandhawk, where we've actually not been able to really see what they can do there.
You know what? Like, I think it's still a bit, undefined when it comes to them. So we need to see, literally how they do, like define it by their place. But we will first look at some stats, from the great squad that had that great game just now, Real Tiger 9, with Vault leading in terms of that damage chart, almost 900 damage there. And but you know what? Like, putting so much damage doesn't mean you can confirm the kills or whatnot. But the work is definitely done. It was Jigsaw who solved how to deliver a bit less damage, but landing those blows.
Man, Real Tiger 9 really did come up very, very strong indeed. And the positioning in particular here coming through Tarzan was much better than the likes of those, say, of Alpha Legends, who found themselves stuck in the mid-game, and that was what allowed them to traverse, particularly to those hills, particularly to have the zone. But also, yes, the zone goes away. So on the other side of things, you have to acknowledge that the work was partly done for them. And when you think about work being done for you early game, it was actually Galaxy Razor who came out, of course, second, coming from Chumacera Church, but they had to work for it in those final few zones to really be able to show up to Real Tiger 9's final fight.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, there's a way for them to play that differently as well. Yeah, they approach from the far side, into circle, okay, when it comes to timing, but they could have come in from, a little bit of the angle, using that relative high ground a bit more as well. So, you know what? I think it's still shaky for this team. Like, it's mostly a circle giving them position and people shying away, and hiding from the church, knowing what it can do. But with that position advantage, I feel like Galaxy Racer could have pushed, further out, to know that there are teammates on the church to, help. Then they could fight even more. It was like towards those third parties and the scrappy, like 5 or 6 kills. It could have been, a more dominating, not even win, but just get more of those kills, because you can see some of them is just crazy. Looking at those leaderboards or whatnot, it was. Let's talk about one team. Yeah, now that we're at it, Flare Loyal team, 2 placement points and 15 kills. We know they can kill. Yeah, that's established, but they just need to find a way, to get that consistency when it comes to getting placement points as well, man.
I think looking through onto Sandhawk in particular, though, it is down to these very big mistakes that they make on the synergy and decision making, I would say, Tarzan, because you see the confusion, I think, when you back to that boat fight of Flare Loyal team, where you have one in the boat that could effectively have just rotated into zone and played solo. That would have worked for them. Then you have 3 players to defend the boat as it makes its way down into zone, but they wait for the initial 2 members to jump down. That takes time, and all the meanwhile the blue zone ticking their health bars away. Then you have Easy, who stays and tries to hold off RTG, but because they wait for all 4 members to go onto the boat, you actually lose the boat. You lose your only way back into zone, because you're already by that point about 1,200 meters with the phase 3 vote shown shift moving down so far south. So actually the decision making to understand when to lose members, I think, specifically, and when to understand that it's okay to make a tricky decision, but still to play for those placement points, needs to be there for this squad.
Very tricky, I think, because they seem to know how to fight, but they just need to have all the other factors to be considered as well. I think one of the things that we didn't quite know was whether they had a boat getting to the positions they were in that game too. There's definitely a boat close to them. If let's say they had the first boat. That's why they made the sound to be, you know, caught. How should I say, like caught out and be, you know, found by the other team, by RTG. Then they could have used a rotation that is, you know, far away from the coastline. You know, don't be half-hearted, right? But maybe that wasn't the way that it happened. They just keep running, and then they end up in that situation. Then you know what? Like I really feel for these teams. You know, caught in the blue, don't want to make mistakes, especially when you are being broadcasted as well. You know, every small things when you go back and watch may just, you know, hurt your own eye, but you just need to get past that and play your best game.
I think specifically the other team that we have to look at, and yes, it's hard to bring up such heartbreaking plays for squads, but they need to be accounted for, and that was Galaxy Racer, who have only one more game left to play tonight, and that is on Sanhok, and Sanhok looked absolutely brutal. I mean, if there is anything hard to watch, it was watching Galaxy Racer go for such a wide 2-1-1 split.
It was. I feel like some technical things like that was in the way. Like that's no way, you know, the actual planned split to have one to challenge bootcamp solo. Like that is just ridiculous, right? So I need to see what they do. Like it's suicidal. Like what would you expect? Like you really just exert dominance, drop in 1v4. Like if you do it. I mean, props to you, but like, who would
there God
weigh those exactly? Like, who would weigh those odds and think that it's wise to go for it, right? Like, just I don't know.
I mean, albeit it's tricky, and I'm expecting if it is a technical error, which is where we think it lies, then they should be able to come together and. Perhaps I would say more looking towards the Northwest Islands, their drop spot, because keep in mind that is where two players did end up landing around that bridge, which I think is more fair for them, especially gives them more options to rotate to either other islands as well. I'm looking though towards also some teams who performed well to be performing well once again, and the likes of both NASR and SCYTES, who apart from that one game on Sanhok, we've not actually seen so much more out of them, and I would like to see that, because especially the SCYTES, as we say, are a team that looked so good in that second game, had it so gifted to them, but even then they struggled, and you wonder if the SCYTES, they're fit to go against all of these other 19 teams.
It's really hard to say. I feel like this, you know, these teams and players been, you know, slower than we thought in maybe warming up to get into the state. There's a lot of really, you know, bouncy type of, you know, play style. And sometimes someone looks a little bit too asleep, someone's too eager. We need something that's more well calibrated, you know, control where it need be, and you know, aggressive and timed and smart if that's the case. But it is time to look at how they do it over Senna. Once again, Game 4, let's go.
Game 4, we jump straight back into it. And also jumping straight back into Oppo is born to win. Welcome to the exciting match. Brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much-loved Renault 5 series. And also much love to the likes of Group B. But YaLLa Esports, Rad, HOTLINE Esports, guys, they're all going to have to sit back and watch this game, because it is going to be now Group C stepping back into the fray. GUNZ Esports, NASR Esports, iKURD Esports, and Fanatic Zombies going to be joining us once again. And when I think about these teams, particularly down in Group A, not both only, should I say, Galaxy Racer and the SCYTES, two teams who, as we have mentioned, needing these points, this is their final opportunity to do so, and this really does put the pressure on them to show us what they can do, because one has had a good showing on Sanhok, one, let's say, has not.
Oh, and it seems like that is Galaxy Racer actually landing the opening kill as well. Bootcamp might just be their spot, and they are close to that. I need to get new glasses, man. They're so small for my eyes. And but you know what? Another thing that can be so scary right here is for Falcons. They went for big split, and then a full team of Fate is in the city. So it's time to go. Falcon needs to know what pressure they're under, and this is not the way to fight it. They just need to buy so much time and know when to stop moving in this compounds of Hearted.
Is so tricky, I think, as well for the other two members of Falcons to join up, because if Fate send a player on the wide flank, and yes, KWT is trying to shut this down, you assume, by going towards the river, it actually makes it impossible almost for the rest of those teams to join up. And already the fact that Last is down, KWT is surely going to fall alongside them. You really feel for, on one side, Falcons, but then you wonder again why still teams are making these split drops, because it never works out. Every time, Tarzan, we see these teams go for splits in contested compounds that they should know are contested by teams' drop spots by this point in the tournament, they get taken out.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at something, because it might be the first time ever that Fate and Falcons are in the same Sandhawk map, right? Because Fate didn't play last week's Super Weekend, and I don't think they clashed earlier in that Sandhawk game. So this is a little bit of testing, right? So it's literally the first time that they realized, oh, we can't go for this, but you need to be ready for it. It's those basics, man. Like you float in, you look at parachutes, and you need to, before even going there, you need to say, we need a plan B. If someone's dropping with us, where do we go? And Falcon just completely are not ready for that. They played 3 games, or even 4 games, I think, so far. Yeah, 3 games. So for the amount of games, including Super Weekend, like week 1, they just didn't get contested, and they just rely on that, to just go for it. That's not how you secure early game. You need to just do those basics after all. But snipers, losing the basics, 2-2 split, completely eliminated. What a sad way to die.
I mean, the snipers, fair enough to them. They decided to go 2-2 split between Bootcamp and the Bootcamp Hill, knowing that also, you should know anyways, that, well, iKURD, every time they played Sandhawk through the Super Weekend cards, and they always do this, they always go from the L-shaped compound, loot up, and immediately make their way towards Bootcamp Hill. One of the earliest teams to make it to that position ahead of all of those other squads. So, surprising once again with the snipers not doing their homework, getting caught out in these basics, these essentials that aren't anything to do with the in-game ability of the players. It is really bringing and harming these teams down in the points that they can pick up.
Yeah, it's just so crazy to think about, how sometimes you can still slip. I think when you've done something so many times and you don't get punished, and then you eventually feel like, oh, that's actually not good for me. This type of mistakes, right, you should only make once, right? But it's also league play. It's also a little bit of those studying that we can use. It's hard to say, right? Maybe both of these teams, they know this is the way to, fight around here. We've got a few in these early scrappy fights involve those teams that didn't qualify for Super Weekend, so they didn't show any of those Sandhawk games yet, and is about that adaptation. So we're expecting this to stabilize tomorrow once teams know each other's drop spots and start to prepare accordingly.
Yeah, I think being Sandhawk obviously in this league play stage, very, very much turning the tides between these teams and how they play, because of those 4 rogue teams we can mention of obviously Galaxy Racers, Snipers, Fanatic Zombies, and Fate Esports being those who didn't play a Sandhawk match until tonight. So it really does throw a spanner in the wrench of a lot of these teams' play styles, and unfortunately even for the likes of Snipers who get caught by Galaxy Racers' decision to go through into bootcamp early on. And I also, this is something very common to see from the Zombies, is rotating to the hill and looking over the control of NASR. We've seen that before, and I'm expecting it once again to go the way of Zombies, who win out usually in those contentions in the past Super Weekend. And as well, I'm also interested to see how those of RTG Esports choose to rotate down, because it was RTG that made that really interesting decision to go along the coastal line and really decimate their loyal team.
Yeah, but I feel like it was kind of something that they were just responding to some, information when they actually like were just trying to slowly rotate. So like they just have this tendency and habit to tank a little bit in phase one. Like if they are very religious with going quick with rotations, they wouldn't even end up in a position to have spotted their loyal team. You get what I mean? So like that is something that we need to see more from RTG. Like what is their actual style, on this map? Like we talked about how the side of GUNZ could play, when they are outside of the circle or far away from it, but they could also obviously take some fights in areas that they know. And Arab GSG, man, like just wake up already.
Oh, man, I mean, I think in agreement there alongside Arab GSG to Fanatic Zombies, who are also sat at equally 2 points. And when you have an average of 1 point per game, it is not good enough. You need to be able to show some life, to be able to pick up something in some games. Even if it's a solo, just going for the placement points, you can earn more. Because when you earn so little today, on the one hand, that is okay. We've seen teams be able to pull off miracle days in the past, but it does put up a lot of pressure to earn so many points in the second day. Whereas those, for example, like snipers who, yes, have already been eliminated, but have 21 points, they're not so much worrying about going into tomorrow with nothing. Whereas Arab GSG and also Fanatic Zombies, as we say, they need to bring out some banging 2 games.
Oh, look at something interesting there. Fate trying to go for a botation really wide and entering from another side of the map. Okay, that's something that I can respect. I think not charging through so many spots that are choke spots, like needing to cross a bridge, you may meet another team. Falcon may, still stay on that northwestern island to stop those, rotation, trying to take that sweet revenge. Fate, that is something that I love to see. Okay, and they come into a side, and that may allow them to play the healing game if they spend some time to loot up that eastern coastline as well. That I can completely agree with.
I mean, they're just not wanting anything realistically to do. They've seen what has happened to teams in the past. They're like, we can also just not go into these squads. We see a beautiful entrance on the eastern side. We've got the docks open. We've got all of this space that hasn't been taken by these teams, by these players. And this is ours. We can go for this. So, as you say, it is good heads up to them. We're obviously going to take a little bit of a chunk of damage, but because they do it more importantly so early on, despite the fact it's going to take effectively an entire phase just to rotate round Sandhawk, they're going to be able to loot up on all of these uncontested spots, and they're going to resupply themselves with also that strong position. And this is long-term planning that I need to see out of more players and need to see going into the rest of PMPL Arabia.
And you can see for their loyal team, what's happening with this team, man? Like down to 1 player so early, and don't know by whom as well. Like, of course, yeah, we saw a little bit early, but that is maybe them needing to think about how to play that early game. Right, there's no way. Like, if you know how to, if you've done your studies and you know how to, know your actual rotation routes, their pros and cons, you shouldn't get punished so hard in phase one. It might be just easier to stay in one compound and like loot up or heal a little bit, then go, right? But we just need to need them to find some ways after all, like, and because that northwestern island will be a repeated theme between many of these teams.
It does surprise me considering that both also RTG and Flare Loyal Team played in the first Super Weekend. So I am on the one hand, still shocked by the fact that they bring themselves down, as you say, to a solo player this early on. And as we said, the solo play will just have to be what they have to settle for. And also surprising, I think, equally, to see again Falcons Esports down to just 2 players. This has not been the Falcons that scored 196 points in the first Super Weekend.
That is, also them getting got off guard. Right, I feel like it might be, they might be just another team that's very typical when it comes to momentum game as well. Like, if it goes well, we keep going at it, we feel good about themselves, then go. But they come back to League Play and say, you know what, League Play is not where we performed last time, we need to do better. Maybe they started with a mentality of, needing to redeem that they did bad, so they need to do better this time. I don't know. There's so many things like that that can really completely tilt a team. And one thing for sure that we mentioned, though, right, is that they have not played a game yet, like against Fate. So that's, them relying on that drop, and they now need to find a way to continue this game. This is good for them. There's still ways and compounds for them to edge in, and we will need to see a very, very tricky one. And I think this is where Zombies can shine as well, over at the Eastern Painan Hill, and that is a very strong position. But there is a catch to it, is when you get breached from multiple sides.
It's an interesting zone, Tarzan, because there are so many different spots open to teams, because you have Boot Camp Hill, you have the Edge of Quarry, you have also Painan in controlling those bridges if it goes to a hard shift that you can control. So the choices are there for the players, and I think this, on one hand, it initially looks like it could be a difficult zone, but I think it's actually a very forgiving zone in the fact that it provides so many opportunities for all of these squads, in the fact that all of these squads are so close together, but yet have their own space to play in.
Yep, I think that is only if they know how to claim it, right? Like, still, like, now I feel like is a good meta when people start to use some cars in Sanhok, especially in the it comes down to the timing of using them, because when you're going on foot in a very obvious gatekeeping situation, you really need those speed to make up for it. And this is Alpha Legends trying to take down the Kings of Game 3.
This is momentum killing right here. If RT9 can be taken down, Surprise suffers the initial knock, but will be a second one straight on into target. Volt gets knocked by the grenade, and Reman doing the work that is required for Alpha Legends to pick up the points. Still 2 more to go, though. Is not done just yet, but Jigsaw's coming through. Surprise will be revived by Eagles, so with time, it's RT9 back to the trio. All the meanwhile, they should suffer at least that initial first down onto Volt, but Volt keeping himself in a position where they can't go for the kill because Volt actually baits into the shots of the other duo of Real Tiger.
Oh, and Jigsaw doing this may not be to his advantage, actually, because there's only so few ways that he could throw that molly in. So that is him trying to stay stealthy but giving it away. But that is also the trade coming through as well as a 2v2 at the moment. Jody needs to really limit that peak as he tries to challenge it once again.
Eagle has to be careful of the positioning. Chaos off the other side. The long-range carry fights. As Chaos jumps straight back in, looks to try engage in a lot more closer front, close quarter combat fight as it goes towards the compound. Volt, keeping themselves in that position, will be revived. Now coming with Chaos alongside Jody, looking for the first. Can't quite find it on to Jigsaw though, because Eagle still overlooks. But Rayman will find Volt again, immediately knocked just as they begin. And you wonder, is that wasted time then by RT9, where they could have just actually set up for the play? Jody closing in on the other side, trying to play a little bit sneaky. Grenades jumping in across the other side, but Jody dodges out as well. Raman gonna first down Volt. Eagle going down very low. Chaos coming in from the other flank, and now this could be a pincer. This could be the sandwich onto the Tigers, and it might just be meat but tiger meat on Alpha Legends dinner plate, as it will be Eagle to try first as many down as they can, but Eagle falls, and alongside it, the real Tiger 9 eliminated.
Ooh, you know what? Like that is they put up a good fight, but it was better. You know, Alpha Legends were just better in that team fight, and there was so many of those small things that led to how things happened there. And one team that really need to wake up is RICO Infinity team, and Fate is a team that you can take down if they were still repeating the mistakes from week 1, as we have RICO Infinity team starting with a decent one.
Fate, the all-time problem of being stuck in the quarry. One of them, Leif, needs to find that exact angle out. But look at R18's positioning here. They've got 2 members down on the other side. They're going to keep Prestige there because Leif, as they move out, knowing that that is the only way that Leif can escape the blue zone, will look to first down more kills. Ragnarok as well will potentially look for the off angle, will look to try revive and re-secure position for them. But Prestige looks for the grenades, but Leif repositioning. All the meanwhile, this is phase 4 zone, Tarzan. You can't hang around when it comes to this point in the game, and with NASR even taking down R18, brilliant grenade onto Prestige. I'm not sure even he realized that he was going to find that one on target. Goes back in for the first, because look at the kill feed. Khalid also going down. That's 2 members from RICO Infinite's team. They went in towards the zone, out alongside Flare Loyal team, and Prestige, just like that, so far away from zone, is actually the only player alive. So it returns straight back into the favor to a 1v1 of Ragnar and Prestige outside in their own battle.
I think that's the problem with Quarry as well. Like you can't get a straight line retreat like from it. It's just so tricky. Like Painan Hill has it most, but we will have that Painan finish. What the hell? That is going to be a crazy one. It will be about who takes initiative to go there and holding down the right angles to make it work for themselves.
Oh man, they gotta make sure they hold it down, but Galaxy Racer, they seem to be slipping off the northern side. iKURD, RTG, all firing up and coming out from boot camp. Galaxy Racer just not quite with the pace of the game. Look at this game though, Tarzan. Fanatic Zombies, who with that zone have been quietly moving their way in, gifted to the Painan compound, have the only team over on the southwest end side of it. Unfortunately for iKURD, they spent a little bit too long to go for the kills, and they also get met by the cover fire of zombies off their own hill, and by waiting too long, Galaxy Racer will fall. You even imagine their iKURD, as you can see, just down to so few members. GSG as well, taken down from underneath the bridge. GUNZ alongside there, you imagine Falcon, yes, for Asama, going to bring it through. Falcons as a duo, the ones to eliminate them out. And just like that, down to 10 teams.
And look at Falcons. They're down to 2 players, right? But they know the timing of these rotations. They didn't charge in when it's most expected. And these are the things that we need to see. And you can see how so many teams still don't understand the point that I make again and again. If you do this now, what will it mean later? They keep ending in those positions because they open fired like before a rotation or something like that, and then they just have them both of themselves killed. And now we are down to those 23 players, but 10 teams. So much point difference in such a small circle.
The Falcons are up against the full squad of RTG. Never Alone is already so low in the fight. Osmar still needs to try find some success as a solo. You do have to imagine Fate Esports also going to be eliminated, coming outside of the Corey compound finally. Fate Esports, they move their way in. One more to find. But can Damar be able to find a beautiful pick? They're hiding behind a rock for now. They'll have the cover. But look at GUNZ. They've also got their own angle in. And as El Chapo goes in for the fight over the GUNZ, the grenade is not true. That is a crucial miss from them. Damar still alive somehow because they hold firm. And you're Azzy on one side of the rock, but they're completely forgotten that there must be one more player possibly alive. And now Damar comes back in from the off angle, knocks RTG. Yes, Falcons go down, but the damage has been so well done by that initial knock that it now sets up GUNZ for that success, sets up SUDOR for that success onto RTG.
That was the patience there from Damar, but I feel like he could have even shown more, and that would be him maybe killing more than one, but the damage has been done. RTG actually grab the revive as well, and GUNZ kind of in the middle will actually feel the most pressure. Like nades coming in from all the sides as well as across is going to be a very tricky one. But you can see the solo play coming from Break from Zombies, made everything that he could take and will actually take a knock before he falls.
Zombies going to be eliminated. That will be them out. But the other zombie squad, Fanatic Zombies, still to make it across the road. Now, the zone going away from them means they have to fight for his choke point. But that's a brutal mistake. El Chapo burns himself alive. This could be the opening that Fanatic Zombies need. But they'll suffer a knock immediately when they decide to go for it. With Chills still on the inside of the zone, just going to be gifting kills away. There's nothing you imagine Fanatic Zombies will be able to do. Nothing that GUNZ could do is sandwiched between SUDOR RTG. Just too much. RTG, though, one mistake too many. You do have to imagine with El Chapo down, SUDOR so dominant, a second go down for the revive, and this is disaster. There's only 2 left to fall. A third on target now as Lazy falls as well. SUDOR are running away with this game, and they're running away with a team fight. Might just find their 10 kills of the game, as it now will be RTG eliminated. Chills is a solo. Will it be 11? Will it be just a 10? And Chills giving himself to the zone. Either way, Fanatic Zombies taking those points suitably needed here, starting off with only 2 in today's game, and SUDOR a big win for them. Oh man, we look like we got a frozen Tarzan. We got a frozen Tarzan. It's okay, guys. He seems to disconnected, but he will be straight back with us. And of course, as we go through the breakdown of that game very quickly, guys, obviously it's SUDOR who take the chicken dinner victory, but as in Tarzan would say, well, you look at the side of Painan and you look at actually the likes it's actually Fanatic Zombies who come out probably the most successful because of that wide rotation, and as a result, they get themselves those points. And we say much better for them because both them and Arab GSG started with 2 points, but Fanatic Zombies is coming out on top, and they're going to be able to pick up those much needed points for them, as we do say. But also going to have to move ourselves to a break where we will hopefully break down alongside Professor Tarzan all of the results of the Sandhog game, as we will see you guys all on the flip side. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Pro League Arabia. And we have, yes, a frozen Tarzan who distracts me, but you're making me mess it up, man. As we move straight on through to the highlights, guys, of that fourth match. Sanhok was a beautiful one. And to be honest, Tarzan, it was a little bit frozen in time. Some of these players as well, because this zone, it just left them behind.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like sometimes, but I feel like what happened with me just now. Sometimes you feel like you left yourself behind because like plays like that where you could have stayed more stealthy, you could have just like moved at a different time each utility's better. So these teams just didn't do it, but you can see the aggressiveness coming from SUDOR just got themselves advantage after advantage, and they would just take that happy win, happy meal of chicken dinner. And you know what? I apologize for being frozen, and you could see on my face, everyone, that I was not very impressed. And I was trying to, make it come in with a lighter note to pretend to be frozen once again. And but yeah, no, I'm back, and I could very much, still be, like squishy and all that, but I'm back, right? But it's good time to be back because we've got one more game to go. And you know what? Back to Miramar, welcoming me back,
yes.
to my favorite map. And these teams, got something to show, especially when it comes to the likes of Falcon and Alpha Legends. I believe they're both playing, if I'm not tripping, after being frozen.
Yes.
And just let it go, man. Like, is what I tell myself. And these teams need to bounce back because they were top performers in Super Weekend, but they're now at the bottom so much that we start to worry that for the qualification, for this second Super Weekend.
We do worry about their qualification overall because, as we say, Falcons, they came out with 196 points in total. And then you actually have Alpha Legends in 4th position overall currently through the first Super Weekend. And it is not the showing that we would have expected, especially the momentum, and possibly it could be down attributed to burnout, attributed to just a few bad games or a bad day by playing so many games as well. But that is also the endurance factor of it as well here, Tarzan, of moving through. Yes, we're only on our second week because we still got another 2 weeks to go after this. There is still so much more to come, and these teams need to be able to keep that consistency, and consistency is the main word we need to be using here going through this PMPL Arabia.
As always, like any sort of professional sport, this is pro league, this is pro esports, so we expect these important things. So it's so challenging, right? Like when it comes to being like Falcon Esports, I think that's the tricky thing when it comes to esports, is that maybe they can't be seen as traditional athletes. It's so hard to have the high of being so good in the weekend and then come back to face the result that you are one of the worst. Like sometimes that low after the high is the hardest to get out of. But I do pray and I do wish them good luck, and not just luck. I wish them the goodwill and good drive to get themselves out of it. They are in the driver's seat. I believe that they can do it.
I think they have the potential to, and we should also mention it going through onto the final Miramar game that we will not be having Group A. So it is actually an interesting thing when we look through the scoreboards, because when we don't have RTG Esports, Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal Team, or actually the Snipers, I think some of these teams and some of these names in particular, we should be concerned about, because looking at the likes of Galaxy Racer and looking at the likes of Flare Loyal Team, not so good of a result. And I think on the other hand, at least the Snipers, through their dominant showings previously, surprising that they actually pick up, nevertheless, 41 points through the first 3 games, and I imagine even more in that final match of Sanhok.
There's just, I believe it might be Miramar that we're seeing. I'm not quite sure, but you know what? Like,
Yes.
it's yes, there's quite a few, right? There's quite a few of these teams that we expect, but at the same time, or I would say even more so, worry for because of how I hate to use the word again, but it's a problem with consistency. But you can see
Yeah.
it's the small things that really push them towards that, you know. And but you know what? Like, let's look at some of these teams that have been more flashy, right, aggressive and all that, right. And speaking of that, it would be SUDOR Esports, right, from the game 3 that we watched, where we thought they may have gone too far, but from a pretty controlled, um, game 4 right here. So like that was the win that they got with so much damage across the board, but very equal as well. All of these players done their bit.
All of the players contributing there, each of them taking their own stats. And I think as well, when we look at Fidden, one of these core players, one of these core fraggers for the team, alongside SK these two players in particular, I think, in SUDOR have been so impactful, especially in the recent few games of today, where SUDOR have, yes, had a difficult time, but these two players have been consistently, time and time again, trying their best and trying every which way angle to bring it back for their team. And finally, you do get to see that success pay off for them, because with such a big win, that really sets them up strong going into Miramar. And when we think about also the mindset of teams coming now into the final game of Miramar, where SUDOR are going to be looking very, very confident in that final match, as we also move through to the top players of Sanhok, and we get to understand exactly who else might be looking good into the final 5th game.
You know what? And I feel like, yes, this will be the case. I see YaLLa Esports up there. I wouldn't even be surprised. Like, I know it was not easy getting into those positions, but they, made it pretty, pretty well. I feel like they got what they had to do and got into the spots that they wanted to. But you know what? Sometimes you just need to do damage control, because it's Sandhawk and it's just ever so dreadful to some of these teams. And yeah, it was good to see them up there, because they were the teams that were that we worry about. But they're one of the 2-3 teams that are averaging up to 15 points right now. And that is just insane. Like, that is insane. But they need to repeat that again in the last game and again tomorrow to be tied with NASR's points from last week.
I think overall it is good to see that consistency in the league stage, but we also have to keep in mind that, with a pinch of salt here, Tarzan, that it is only the league stage. So as long as you aren't the bottom 4 teams, you only really have to worry about that super weekend. So if you've already got points in you, for example, the snipers, they're not going to be worrying too much, because with 41 points, you assume that with at least just one good game tomorrow, they should be home free towards those top 16 teams and making their first super weekend. So it is very important on that style of thinking to be able to set themselves up with this final game as well, because there are, as we say, some of those teams who really do need to show us that they can bring in these points. And we've already mentioned, of course, Fanatic Zombies, Arab GSG, but I think also the likes of SCYTES, who have been over, apart from one good game on Miramar, a little inconsistent and a little bit quiet moving into today's games.
Well, at least they've tried to take some fights, have some mini wins along the way. There were teams that are not even close to their Highland move, and those were iKURD and Arab GSG.
Yes.
Straight up, kind of just in the bottom there, leaving themselves behind. Like, I wonder what's going on, and especially iKURD. They've got some of these good games in the Super Weekend when they didn't expect them to, because they were so close from not making it into the first Super Weekend, but they're just like doing better and better.
Yeah, it is really surprising to see because iKURD are one of these teams actually don't look so bad when they go to the Super Weekend. But as we go towards the team stats onto Miramar here, the final game that we will be playing, it is iKURD who will be on there and one of those top teams. So you do imagine that iKURD setting themselves up for a good game, but as well, the fact that Alpha Legends, and particularly you see why that graphic is so skewed when you think back to that big game where they had the 1400 damage, but only the 2 kills, whereas the other game was a little bit more kill heavy, but still not as much damage, just more direct on target. So that is reasoning behind that, and similar there for Rad as well. And I think these two teams, both Rad and also Alpha Legends, we have also mentioned Rad previously needing those good games, have not been able to find them and translate those over to wins or even final zones for all of those juicy points. And I think another team that we really are concerned about, particularly because they didn't have the greatest also of super weekends, and they definitely need to get back into a second one to make sure that they secure their spots in the top final 16 teams of PMPL Arabia.
I think there's so much for these teams to fix. Based on today's play, I feel like it's always tough because week play, league play, sorry, in week 1, you could say day 1 was just warming up, right? It's literally the first day of the tournament, but now is no longer the case. So we expect these teams to warm up quicker, to have tightened those things up and not slip. But I think that is why it was so tricky. Even when we left the broadcast on Saturday after the Super Weekend, we say we wonder what they're going to be doing like that night or the day after in their day off. Right, feels like something that needs to be done have not been done as much as they want. I know we're setting a high standard here, but this is the Pro League, and it should set that bar. For all those who are trying to reach for this level, there are certain types of mistakes that we do not expect to see at this level at all.
As we move our way through into the final game here, Tarzan, I think it's also interesting to be said here that you say these level of mistakes, and going into the final game, I would expect these teams to be setting their way through at a highest bar. We're about to jump into the playing path because Tarzan, it is the final opportunity for these teams to get those points as we cross over to South Island. I also think that when we go back to that bar and we think about that bar being set so high, that you do look forward into the future of the EMEA League. This is why we set it so high, because these top 5 representatives that go through at the end of the competition, they have to go up against the best teams from Western Europe, from CIS, from Turkey, and from Africa. Never mind how difficult you can see the level of play already is just in Arabia alone.
Yeah, I think it's going to, what I don't worry is that we will have a good representative of the region through after all these plays, right, and all these games. But we want something more competitive. I feel like I want the whatever team that seems to be bottom to be on top sometimes, but you know what, they will be tested like crazy, with this very southern playing path, through Valdemar to Impala. That is so southern, it's crazy. And with for once we see some of these crazy drop slots that I don't think will be repeated. YaLLa Esports going for that southern island for those big splits. They should have enough loot, but they are going to just play this out and just adapt accordingly, because I don't see them using this again and again. Otherwise, they will be targeted.
I like this actually coming through from Rad, because you also keep one of those players on the northern side, makes it slightly easier to rotate in.
Yep.
I think it does hurt them because both SCYTES are on one bridge and then you got GSG on the other, so the movement in should actually be across the water in between these teams, I imagine, early on, so you don't get caught, because there's not too much of a space to navigate crossing that ocean into the main point of Miramar, so it should be good for them. But I think they should at least give them the opportunity early game to set themselves up comfortably, to be able to get themselves worked up in their confidence and their playmaking abilities. We've already talked about that in the past, and also then to set themselves up for success into those final moments of Miramar, where the zones might get a little bit tougher than we've already seen. Thankfully for a lot of these teams, though, the zone does go towards that southeast side. So there is, on one hand, these teams going to be congested inside the zone phase number one, but not going to be this scary. We have to run 1,000 meters to the northern side just to get into it.
Yeah, I think this is like, considering is a very, harsh playing path. The circle is very nice, like, and I think let's add some storyline in here that may, add a lot of spice. I know it's the last game, but always down for some crazy plays. Right, this is the bit of a story I'm going to set up. Fate Esports dead last in league play in week one. Right, but they have been, averaging almost, for beyond 14 points in the 3 games they played so far. And they're now in Los Leones against another team. But that is FalconsEsport, well-deserved first place in Super Weekend, where the points actually count, right? But they are struggling to fight for a spot to enter it for the second time if they continue playing like this. Will they fight in Los Leones and make it even, just crazier in this week too?
And you think as well, when you look at FalconsEsport with such a good showing in the first Super Weekend, maybe it's that slight complacency as well, Tarzan. They think, well, we've got 196 points. We were 30 points ahead of the next best team, which is Zombies Esports out of the Super Weekend with 166 points. And you say to yourself, well, we're practically, as long as teams are even in the next 2 Super Weekends, should already be qualified for the PMPL Arabia finals. We, if anything, just need to get a few more points to make sure that we secure that spot. So you do think that on one hand, actually, Falcons are maybe taking this first day a little bit more lax, and that is why you maybe don't see the dominance coming out from them.
Yeah, I think we did mention how teams could use the league play to test some things, do some experiments, but there is a line, right? You can't test it so far that you are losing your spot in the Super Weekend. Yeah, I know they've got 190 points, right? You can basically say, yeah, we're taking just under 100 points per Super Weekend, and by not entering, right? Second week, but who would like to see that? That's crazy. You are miles ahead of someone else, and you, after a week one like that, not making it to the second week, like no one could actually digest that and think that's okay, right? And people, I don't think even the Falcons themselves would could properly accept that. So this is going to be a bit crazy, because I have a feeling that NASR's only here to maybe choke the side of Falcons, right? Like the league play week one Kings against the week one Super Weekend Kings, and one of them obviously want to make something work against the other.
Falcons over up against NASR. And NASR, one of these teams that has to pick up these points. They're looking for the initial knock, but it is just a 1-for-1 trade for now. So thankfully, it could have been worse. You have the second player there to support Narrow, and as a result, you keep all 4 players alive, and you have this 2-2 split, where actually for Falcons, it is quite hard, because Last is so far away, Damar is so far away, and with Fate now driving in, it puts a real big stopper in Falcons' plans, because with Never Alone, your fragger having to now go in against a 1v4, can't even support those against NASR. You really do fear for the Falcon members.
I think there's one issue with Falcon. It's like they are relying on certain style of play to be quiet early game and then slowly ramp up the momentum through mid game. But if they happen to have early clashes, they always feels like they were not prepared for it. And that's the problem, right? And you could see they were going up to certain parts of the map as if there will be nobody. But you can't do that for this southern plane path when everyone knows you're dropping Los Leones. But of course, they have fraggers like Never Alone to carry them, but not for long because Fate says this is my time to shine.
Oh man, Never Alone. Heartbreak for this player because of every game they have played, just felt like they haven't been able to make the impact that they had in the Super Weekend, which was why we praised Never Alone. And even why Never Alone was one of the MVP players out of one of the days of the Super Weekend. And as Fate also take their own fight, it draws even more attention. But this time from Arab GSG. And Arab GSG also so needy for these points. You can see in dead last, only 5 points. The last opportunity to get these scoreboards ramping up for them. They almost smack one down as Arab GSG hold the trigger. And it's small mistakes like these. It could have been punished, but Fate holding on for now. Almost knocks Zoro. These kills, these potential from Fate, twice so close.
Oh, and you know what, GSG, if they can take out Fate, if they've been, watching, tracking as well, they know Fate's been good. So if they can take some kills out of this team, this is momentum. We always say it because it's true. Because I've been a player and I know how it feels to have and not have it. That's why we always mention these things that really predict, the emotional state that is heavily affecting the execution of the plays, right? And now Eric GSG need to really just hold it down. And Los Leones is just more populated than ever because of the southern plane path. And we need to see how teams come in and how they want to play it.
And when you think about that mindset, when you think about teams trying to take down the best, it actually reminds me of the second day of the first week of play where Galaxy Racer took down Zombies when Zombies looked so dominant in the first week of league play and really did surprise us. And Galaxy bring that fight out, unfortunately just couldn't close it through for the rest of the day despite starting off on the right foot. As NASR still overlooking Fate, and still keep in mind that they need to be aware of the fact that they should be now in phase number 2. Phase number 3 will move in the next 20 seconds, and from there it gets a little bit difficult, especially rotating out of Los Leones. And this is a problem because Los Leones, it is so open exiting the city that then when you want to try go towards the hills, these teams with that southern plane path are already controlling that.
And I actually love the split coming from NASR. Like they have Hassan to control behind, but basically controlling that northeastern segment, the top right segment of Los Leones, just using those hills. But just one thing that they need to know, is that they need to know how to not get stabbed from behind and know how not to overpeak. And that is something that they need to do, as well as controlling, the amount of resources they have. They can lose a lot of ammo, right? I think this is just for them to track enemies, and no other than that. It will be very unlikely at this level of play for him, for NASR, from Miracle's position in particular, to get a knock plus a thirst.
Fate still, the trio still holding on with GSG behind them. But I also want to draw our attention to the rest of these teams still in Miramar and the likes of actually those towards the top end of the leaderboard, where we actually think of Zombies, where we think of also the likes of these Alpha Legends, and even to an extent still Falcons, still needing these points. They still got last still alive, and they can still make a big game. And I think that, yes, you have even some of these teams who didn't do so well up in the top, but this is the opportunity in the final game for those who have already proven themselves to prove themselves once again, and to say that we can be a team that aren't just having a good week, that we can be able to consistently wipe out teams again and again.
Yep, and these what we talk about in narrative reconstruction, or the version of the story that you tell yourself, is so important, man. And without confidence, without these sort of beliefs, like, it's just so hard, to go further in anything realistically. And we will have this crazy circle now. Okay, NASA has the position, and they know, right, to farm some of these kills from Los Leones, but they also need to think about the rotation, because we have the La Bandita finish. There's so many choke spots, and they're so punishing when it comes to Ridgeline. And this is first RICO Infinity team continuing to struggle.
RICO Infinity team, they tried to make these moves in Tarzan with the extra buggy, with the bike, but they're just too late to the party. It will be, unfortunately, for RICO Infinity team. Oh, I say that because they find a knock onto Hermé. That's the first. And now the jump shots over the window. As the rest of the R8T squad say, hold up a minute. We're actually winning this, and Cattell is winning this for our team. NASA off in a long-range angle. That grenade gets sent in. A second one also going to die straight on in. NASA gets to get revived, but they're so low. And now with Mana going down from behind, another first. And this just goes from bad to worse for HOTLINE, who thought they had the fight. Get outplayed by the solo player of R8T, and now the entire team is up against the Miramar. Drops in behind, goes for the sneaky play as well. You can see on the bottom right of your screen, around GSG up against last. There's the Falcons, do or die moment for them. All the meanwhile, HOTLINE going to fall down to a solo as well. Can Arab GSG find last? Can RICO find the final member of HOTLINE? It is so tense, but Moto still holding along the ridgeline. Last, still holding on against Arab GSG, but cannot find the kills. Falcon Esports down in 16th position. Will end today at the bottom of the leaderboard. HOTLINE Esports as well, struggling, but at least RICO Infinity team by some respite. HOTLINE still have the vehicle. Moto still can find some escape, but it is a shot in the dark for HOTLINE to stay alive. And the rest, Fanatic Zombies down on the southeastern side, getting wiped one by one by NASR. In NASR, you mentioned this strong split and how strong Tarzan is showing up, because all of these teams coming across that mountainside from that southeast end, where they initially were looking over Los Leones, has now transferred into those kills that they were searching for.
It's just good. It's just good from them. I look at the shift of focus from guarding Los Leones to choking rotations, right? But they need to, start planning even further, because they are on edge. And look at that shift, so tricky, right? And I think YaLLa Esports and Alpha Legends are in some of the best positions to play these steps, with some hard covers for them to use as well. And it's going to be so tricky for some of these teams to decide whether they need to keep spoilers behind or not. Like, do they just full send to find a new position with the info, right, that they got, that there are enemies basically and probably looking at them.
Arab GSG moving their way into zone, but iKURD are still there, and Arab GSG, they have lost Osama, so it does make it a little bit tricky for them to get in, but this could be a good punish if they find that vehicle. Won't be able to find a Jeep though, a little bit too tanky for those bullets to land, and as a result, Zoro do have to just settle for the more tricky angle into zone, where also we look is SCYTES, currently in the south end. Now, SCYTES interest me, Tarzan, because their position not too great just now. Yes, they can gatekeep, but going towards YaLLa, who are such a strong squad in such a central strong position, I wonder how they're going to make that rotation in, as also GSG are now behind them, how to take the fight.
I think that is the issue with SCYTES. It's probably some lack of map knowledge. They came in to a position that have very little escape strategy. Yes, I know you're playing edge, but there's so many other edges that you could play, and they need to understand why they're holding this one. And now they are still finding those small pockets to control, but it's not going to be easy. As you can see, GSG is picking a little bit of a better side of that edge, but you know what is there. iKURD to decide to go active on this one, and that's a beautiful 2-2 split.
Man, these grenades blowing up. It is Nade City, baby, from iKURD Esports. Straight explosives down onto Zoro, onto now Bayat, the only one to fall, left for Arab GSG. And this is disaster for them, but so happy SCYTES will be with that third party because it buys them time. And now with even their SCYTES finding one onto Caliga, they can maybe even look to return that into a total domination over both squads. The Zombies as well, up against Fate. Fate leading the leaderboards from not even in the Super Weekend over every other one of these 19 teams, but NASR are behind Zombies, and this is just an absolute chaos sandwich between all of these three teams, and Fate are just like, you know what, we're gonna hold down for now. We're gonna let Zombies get eliminated by NASR first.
NASR made the small mistakes. That player just jumped out of the car, ended up in kind of in the open, just got thirsted. But the rest of the teammates doing so much work. Not another one. And Saleh is finished as well. That is NASR actually holding it down. And Fate using those time, using those smokes to buy some time and buy some pressure. Look at Bray trying to revenge 3 kills on board, but they need more. They need to take out more because the zone. Exactly, being so dreadful and shifting away to that center.
The zone is so dirty. Is SUDOR also going to be eliminated? Down and out of the count. Fate Esports, this is their chance to rise straight to the top. They get the beat bus and they go goodbye to both NASR and Zombies. We will look to play for the future of this game. But can they survive? So tricky. NASR Zombies up against it. 2-on-2 for now. Makes it just to the solo at the moment for NASR. But they find it, Tarzan. They find the shots. And Zombies Esports eliminated. But the damage has been done. The zone is moving in. And there's just no time. There's no time for these players to stop, to wait, to move. Because with such hard shifts, with phase 5, if you get caught in that blue zone, Tarzan, you walk and you heal or you die.
It's, you know what, like, NASR really just pulled out. I can't believe it. The time pressure is crazy. They have to finish that fight within, like, 20 seconds, and they did. And they just got enough time, you know, to come in, heal up, loot, and coming in now with the blue. It's not going to be easy as well, because they've got no time to scout further, as we see this congestion continue. And all these positions getting slowly established and, like, taken up. Fate decided to pull away, need to be on duty to stop the rotations coming from behind.
Goodbye, Rad falls in 10th position. 9 still alive. Alpha Legend is still going to help to gatekeep away NASR alongside Fate, alongside as well YaLLa from the long off angle. And with, you can see the zone, the entrance in Tarzan is so difficult for these players to find any protection. This is why we say this is such a difficult zone, because there's no buildings, there's no security of 4 walls. This is pure ridgeline battle.
But you know what? Like, this is also, you know, that type of landscape that requires most big brain power. You know, like, you just need to know, like, ridgeline's relative high ground or whatnot. Quick splits that you can make to trade, like, for each other. As you can see, iKURD trying to split their bets. You know, some players to look at that center zone and some to clear behind. That is what you need to do when you're given this position. And we are going to have a new circle. Once again, I think is going to be still so dreadful.
Oh no, NASR, they lose one. RICO and Fanatic team take the kill. Even though it's Alpha Legends who took the knock, they almost lose a second. The health bar is ticking down on them. It's all good. I've realized it. Yes, we went for the kill, but wait, that zone went away from us, and now we've got flat, open space to try and navigate. And those 5 kills might be all they get. YaLLa drive in onto GUNZ. They lose a member foe on the rotation in. 2 on 2 for them. Is also the rest of those frags team move on the other side of the zone. This could be dominance from GUNZ. This could be their game. Arab GSG also going to fall down into the blue zone. Now just down to 8. NASR as well have no vehicles. There's no way but walking into this zone, into the play area. iKURD trying to just out against YaLLa. They tried to find a shot. They found 1 knock so far. Can they find a second onto Bandar? You have to assume this shot goes in for the peep, but they don't. They don't have the gun ready. And it's Bandar who takes the knock. And now the rest of iKURD, they're falling, they're slipping. The second now goes. iKURD, they bring it back. They find now 1 knock back down. Alpha Legends as well. Somehow, some way fall away. Fate Esports pulling in the pain onto iKURD. Another falls down. NASR wiped by Fate Esports as they're up to now 3 kills. GUNZ, all the meanwhile, RICO Infinity Team, all the meanwhile, Tarzan saying, just let's wait. We need to breathe and look for the zone.
And YaLLa Esports, they've got some good positions on paper, but they just couldn't quite find these knocks because they didn't find the best spot, to frag and capitalize. Now need to rely on those placement points, but they have such a good day so far. But I can't believe them. They made so much bold plays, but this is them making it work because we did say they've only had 8 points before this game, and they are now way above that.
iKURD finding that beautiful knock onto Radif, and this is their own punish onto GUNZ as they are struggling against RICO Infinity Team, but it is the instant knock straight back down. 2 more members still. Bandar finally flushed by Hamodi. Gallagher will be safe for now. Ridgeline to Ridgeline, just trying to survive. It will be Hellman as well to fall. To the solo we go for iKURD. GUNZ as well, looking for the revives. Had to move with the zone. It will be there just below them, but you assume the revive doesn't come. Fate as well, looking to edge their way in. It's still RICO Infinity's team. They have a knock. GUNZ still controlling the zone.
Fate. I can't believe this team, man. They were literally dead last, right? Were they dead last? I feel like I'm dreaming right now. They were dead last in week 1 and just nowhere close to qualifying. And they've got 43 points before this game, and they are still fragging in here. They did not come here easy. All the teams that were on their side sharing some compounds are all dead. So they are trying their best, and now, but of course, we've got the side of GUNZ almost forgotten this team, right? But they are holding strong with the numbers advantage, with the circle right now, need to fight that northern side. With RICO Infinity Team, both teams need to make a statement.
You don't have to be loud to get the chicken dinner, Tarzan. You can be as quiet as a mouse and still take those 15 points. RICO Infinity Team, though, going to be firsted by Leif. And this is why Fate are so good, Tarzan. Leif is a player who's been popping the heck off today. And Leif has been bringing in points after points after points as GUNZ Esports with Hamodi take down the rest of RICO Infinity Team. iKURD still praying for the second place as we still have 4 teams alive because SCYTES Razor has order meanwhile been forgotten about by even, I think, ourselves here because he's been so sneaky that he's been able to keep himself in this game.
Sneaky is the way to go. Otherwise, how can you sneak in? How can you find that position? They tried long enough, that as iKURD out. Gallagher couldn't make it even further. But look at GUNZ. We mentioned, and they are up top because YaLLa said they were our old rivals. We have to show up equally as they make it in with the numbers advantage for the 1v1.
Leaf is moving their way up. Razura as well, still not moving, hoping for the second place. GUNZ on the ridgeline. The ridgeline protecting Leaf as well, and so too Razura. But the blue zone moving in. 40 more seconds until phase 8 will end. The time of the game where we wait. You can see Razura is trying to use that third-party peek, trying to see if they can find exactly where Leaf is. They sense that something is there. Someone is doing something, and Leaf is a fire in. Bad decision, Leaf. No, you did not do that. It's GUNZ first them out. The position known. Razura tries their best, but just gets deleted. In GUNZ, you mentioned looking at them in the third game of Miramar to take the chicken dinner, but in the fifth one, they bring themselves back. And with those dominant victory, and with those 15 points, and a plethora of kills going their way.
I think if we just look through all the games in PMPL Arabia so far, including the first game of week 1, I think GUNZ has been the most consistent. Right, we were not worried about them qualifying into Super Weekend. They got a very good, healthy amount of points in the first Super Weekend, and they're now ending day 1 of league play, like in top 3. So you could see, like there's experience in there involved. The games that seem terrible were not too bad. They were able to get some points here and there. So I feel like GUNZ has been the most consistent overall for this, term that we use repeatedly, consistency. And I think they are up there, because there's so many of the other teams who we don't expect them to bounce, and Fate is like up top now. We didn't expect Falcons to fall. They decide to not fly and take a stroll. Right, and
they crashed and burned.
They kind of crashed. They want to go, underneath in, what's that new map called again? Karakin? They want to go.
Yes, Karakin.
To have
they
a
got
walk.
Blown up.
They want to go into those tunnels. Exactly. Or they are scared of that. They go for a walk underneath, right? And so there's so many of these interesting bits. But you know what? Over to you to have some thoughts after that crazy game as well.
Yes, thoughts indeed. But Tarzan, we also had to have a little bit of think about the break here, because we have to go for one sneaky break before we break down everything. We break down all the overall scores for you, so do not leave us. We'll be right back. Welcome everyone back to the closing part of the PMPL Arabia, the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where we have seen the first day of the second week, Tarzan. A lot of surprises can be said for teams going up or down the leaderboard, but more so, I think the biggest surprise, that Fate Esports moving from dead last now to what is the top of the leaderboard with 59 points overall.
You know what? Like I feel like that is the power of taking the right break and learning the lesson and then putting the work back in and come back stronger, because they have a lot of confidence. And I think that is also those things where you feel like you've got nothing to lose, you just need to give it your all, and that was shown in their play. And we're going to have a look at those statistics after that crazy game 5.
As you can see, GUNZ, of course, took the chicken dinner victory here with those 25 points, but RICO Infinity Team, much needed placement points for them alongside the beautiful kill points they were able to pick up in total, bring them to second position, ahead of those like Fates, and even also iKURD Esports and NASR with their own kills, despite the fact that SCYTES took second place. 12 points was all they got and moved down towards 6. And as we say, on the other hand of things, SUDOR coming off for a chicken dinner in the fourth game having 0 points. Real Tiger 9, Fanatic Zombies, unfortunately showing for them as well. And as we say, even Rad, they're on top, but also FalconsEsport. Yes, big surprise, I think. The fact that Falcons, 196 points, as we say, not at the top. But when we look at the total damage, the top still comes through from RICO Infinity Team here, where those were those 13 kills, but one of the highest damage score as we've had through today alone.
Crazy. Well, I think that is why I think at least for the last Miramar game, yes, they fell at 16th place, but you could see they have that potential. Like when they found the pocket, they did what they could, right? And that is why they've got those 19 points, although they fell at 5th place. And but we see how important it is for me to always talk about controlling the pocket, capitalizing, because you could see the points really speak. NASR, 13 points that game, 11 of those were kill points, right? And then, but we have SCYTES, second place, 0 kill points. So like, it's almost the first time I've seen a second place team to rank at 6 when it comes to points in a single game. And that really shows a lot, but with the disadvantage, maybe the players numbers disadvantage, maybe that's the best that they could do. And then we are going to have a look at the craziness of Hassan from NASR.
It's RICO Infinity Team there. No surprise to see both NASR and Cattell both on there. And I think in particular NASR, as we also mentioned, Leif, so good there on the showing in our final match to keep themselves alive. But Hassan with the highest damage, with the highest kills. And I think this is also great to see from NASR, because NASR, yes, they finished today in 6th position, but overall, I think this has been a good showing from them, considering that in some of the games they did look shaky, yet they bring it back when it counts in some of the games. So at least they set themselves up nicely to be able to go into tomorrow with a few more good performances. They don't have to be flashy every game to be able to make it through into the Super Weekend once again. And I think as we look, surprisingly, I think at the other end of things, where it is Alpha Legends down in 18th position here, Tarzan, and by far did not expect to see them alongside also FalconsEsport see 4th and obviously 1st place team respectively, currently in that relegation zone of the 17th to 20th place teams.
One thing that I know for sure for these two teams is that they have the ability to take big games. And then if they can just do that and then have a few mediocre games, they should be out of the bottom 4. Right? The worries that I have is for some of the teams like Fanatic Zombies. 0 kills across the day. Right, so let's have a look at those teams who are not Fnatic Zombie that have bounced back stronger, and of course that's none other than Fate Esports, and they can still, go almost head to head with NASR in that game, but NASR still being so deadly at wherever they go.
Fate and both NASR Esports, you can see the differences here actually, which is very interesting indeed. Fate are more in this game, more support based, whereas NASR are all over the place effectively here, but mainly still towards those kills. And this speaks, I think, a lot to the fact that NASR here do play that more aggressive game. But to bring it back to, as you say, to Fanatic Zombies here, Tarzan, an unfortunate showing from them as well, and it has been Fanatic Zombies still to really show us what they can bring.
I think it's the issue with not wanting to make mistakes so far that you are not making any plays, right? And you need to know, like, the way that they got those 15 points, which is all placement points. 12 of them came from that game, their third game, right? And that is just insane to think about, like how we didn't see them much. You didn't see them, like, it's not this issue with putting 1,000 damage but not getting kills. It's not just that. It's the team playing so scared is the feeling that I've got. It's so rare that you see gets 0 kills, after playing 4 games. It's so
even a lucky one somewhere, like
exactly.
Yeah, even just picking up just one person out of position in one of those games that you played. You imagine maybe you find someone along the lines, you can third party somewhere. So yeah, as you say, I think very surprising to see the fact that they are so low on that leaderboard. But I think looking towards a slightly better showing from some of these teams, the likes of Real Tiger 9, who are currently doing all right. They're in the middle of the pack. They're with those 30-point mark. And I think that Real Tiger 9, they are showing some signs of life. Keep in mind, they had also one chicken dinner. And as we go through onto the rest of the chicken dinner winners, not only here at Real Tiger 9, as we say, having that fairly good performance, but also you can see the side of GUNZ, of SUDOR, of NASR, and Fate getting their own respective wins through today's games. And GUNZ being the most heavy alongside the damage alongside Fate Esports, but Fate Esports, it does speak to you here, especially through their first game win. They really do bring in something special when it comes to those 50 knocks, 15 kill games, that big 30-pointer that they had to set them off going into night's games with their momentum. And overall, I would say here, Tarzan, that as we talk about teams like Real Tiger 9, it is these squads that have the chicken dinners, who have the momentum in these games, so important, might I add, that you look to tomorrow to have another good showing, because they can look back with a positive thinking about their showing today.
I think there's one issue, though, is that so many, almost 90% of the points that Real Tiger 9 has gotten was from that one game, right? Like, they've got 30 points right now, and I think that was a 24-point game, so they've only got 6 points like from the other 3 games, and that is something that we need to look at. And that is, yes, they've got that strong string one game, but that is not enough. Right, so they are one of those teams that I feel like have that undesirable domino effect when things didn't go well early game, and you could see they were just about hanging in there, like in terms of winning that game, and just we lost one player, and then they just tried to play off as a trio, like when in reality they could have made that cleaner as well. So it's a very chaotic right now. And you know what? Let's look at some more stats, because we have more players to talk about that has shown us what they can do today. And just can't wait. Like I sometimes think, like, where would I sit if I actually play this game and continue to play as a COD player?
Where would you sit? You'd sit probably with a phone, or is what you would do, Tarzan. I mean, that's what you would be doing, respectively. Never mind the computer, never mind watching it. But as we do see these top players over today, it is these fraggers, Leif, like Yamas, to be able to come out on top, but also SK-Ton in their own right, in their own SUDOR winning game number 4. But overall, there with NASR and also Bandar making up those 2 members of YaLLa, it is interesting to see them, but not so much as we mentioned as well how good Leif has been. Because, as we said, this core player is the reason why Fate Esports has been able to reach themselves up from the bottom straight to the top and deserved of that MVP. The average damage, of course, 563, the average kills of 3.5, effectively taking out almost an entire squad before Leif even goes down.
It's crazy. I feel like they deserve more attention as well. We just need to have this open mind to know how the ability of players bouncing back. So not even a pun, but I realized with the play of words there, I feel like my faith is late in late from fate. Right? That was a good one. It's what I saw.
That was a good one.
That was that's how it looked like to me. Like this team, if they can continue big things, because there's confidence in their play. Sometimes you can see it. It's not just about running around and whatnot. Okay, it's like the decisive move as well. So yes, and I may have given them a slogan as well. I'm going to DM them and ask them to for a sponsor or whatnot. But we're going to look at some overall stats as well after this brilliant day of League Play Week 2, Day 1.
There's obviously Fate Esports, as we say, deserved top spot from them, 59 points. Surprising also to see YaLLa alongside there breaking the 50-point mark, coming good out of what was a slightly shaky first Super Weekend, in good stead to make it back there for more points. On the other end of things, you do still see the likes of Zombies still to pick up a few extra points, because not as safe as those like SCYTES, like NASR, like RTG, who only need a few more to effectively secure their spots. And we also, I think, move our way further down to the rest of these teams, also looking at both Galaxy Racer and the Snipers, Tarzan. And I want you to really talk to me and break me down exactly what these teams need to do to be able to secure their spot this time around in the Super Weekend.
You know what? There's one thing that I know that could work, is to at least, because it's a Soundhawk and Miramar right? Find some ways to play the healing strat. I know it feels like a way that you feel like is for cowards only, but you need to first get into the Super Weekend. If you've been struggling to find a way, that could be one way.
I mean, on the other side of things, you've seen it work out, right? I mean, Fanatic Zombies, for example, in 16th position, those 12 points they got, as we recall, was from the strat of just healing and chills, just keeping themselves alive. So it actually does work. It is proven that you can pick up points by taking the healing strat. But of course, these 4 teams, Tarzan, that need to be able to make it outside of the danger zone. FalconsEsport, Alpha Legends, Rad, and Arab GSG. All 4 teams who have made it to the first Super Weekend, who surprisingly, for one reason or the other, have not been able to have the showing. I mean, if you look at the bottom of 2 to 3 points averaged over your 4 games, it speaks volumes on your entire day's performance on so many levels when you break down the reasons why they go out of the game, whether it be through poor team fighting ability or just not the awareness, I think, so many of these teams so many times around today of how to enter the zone in the correct manner and give respect of teams already in priority of the zone.
I feel like it's also, like we always say, a bit of a mentality thing. Because if we just look at all those 4 teams now at the bottom right now, that's facing, like possible, not elimination, but, missing the second Super Weekend, they have those crazy backgrounds because they all played in the first Super Weekend. Okay, I get it for Arab GSG, 16th out of the 16 teams, right? That is a hit in confidence, but look for away. Rest up if they could. I feel them because they only got 1 day's break. Rad. There's only 4 teams that got 2 chicken dinners. Are they too happy celebrating with their extra $2,000? I don't know, but they were 9th place. Point-wise, not quite there, but they're kind of in that middle, so kind of unexplained. But the 2 other teams that were still at the bottom floor, bottom floor essentially, Falcons, 1st place, Alpha Legends, 4th place. What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Someone teach me Arabic. I'll go speak to them, or I'll use Google Translate. I really want that
where
answer.
are you?
Exactly.
I mean,
someone DM him for me.
I mean, to be fair, it is very shocking to understand exactly why those teams are so low, and I expect at least one or hopefully both of them to be able to really bounce back in tomorrow's set of games, because it's going to be difficult to come from such a bad first day, but it is not impossible. We've seen teams pick up that many amount of points in one in the PMPL Arabia, and you expect it, you can see it again.
And you know what? Just can't wait for tomorrow. Like, this is already so tricky, and as if you've been watching all along, thank you so much, but you can see this is just something that you don't expect, right? Like, people, are backing up a team for a particular reason. You've got all the right and wrong reasons, and they're doing all the things that you both expect and don't expect. So just do stay tuned. We are going to bring you all these action, and it will be Span Cargo and DK tomorrow to bring you those brilliant gameplay. 4 extra games from all these teams to decide who gets to once again go to that Super Weekend and win those chicken dinner cash prize of up to $1,000 per game. You know what? Just can't wait.
Cannot wait, of course. DK and Span Cargo going to be alongside you tomorrow, but this has been the first day of the second week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season. I have been Highland12, you have been Professor Tarzan, and we look forward to you all viewing tomorrow's games as we leave you with a daily recap. Good night, everyone. Bye.